Chapter 1147. Netherworld, Nether Holy Court, Imperial Capital. Desolation. Hua stood outside the Imperial Capital with his subordinates, looking at the majestic city in front of him. Young master, are you really going to persuade Nether Holy King? Every Holy King will not give up their empire. Moreover, even if the Patriarch comes, even if the saints persuade them, they will not give up. A subordinate said worriedly. Desolation. Hua patted the fan in his hand, his eyes flashing with confidence. I might not be able to persuade others, but not Nether Holy King. He owes me a great favor. When the old ancestor was preaching the Tao, the serene divine king was still a rogue cultivator. He went to listen to the Tao, but he didn't know what to do and almost lost his life. It was my father who saved him and personally introduced him to the old ancestor. Without my father saving his life, he would not have achieved what he has today. Desolation. Hua said with certainty. Let's go. I know his character. I dared to spread the writ in the central palace because I know Nether Holy King. Otherwise, why would I spread the writ? At the very least, I can force him to leave the 1,000 Ghost domain. Desolation. Hua said with certainty. Yes. Young master is wise. The subordinates immediately said. Whoosh. Desolation. Hua led the group into the Nether Holy Court's imperial capital. Soul Fury Holy Court. In the imperial court, Soul Fury Holy King Zhuo Tianhun sat on the dragon throne, overlooking the imperial court. The atmosphere in the imperial court was extremely tense. It was obvious that the situation was not good. Report. A Jiaohu voice came from outside the imperial court. Soon, a soldier rushed into the imperial court. Report, Holy King, the 1st Legion Commander Chen Ju has died for the country. The soldier cried. Pa. Zhuo Tianhuan's eyes flashed with anger. There was an uproar in the imperial court. The 1st Legion Commander had died for the country. Didn't that mean that a large number of cities had been lost? Holy King, the Great Shan Holy Court is coming aggressively. Our Soul Fury Holy Court has already lost 4/10 of our territory. Holy King, you must put aside your prejudice against the two dynasties and form an alliance to fight against the Great Shan Holy Court. An official said anxiously. Alliance? Zhuo Tianhun narrowed his eyes. The Soul Fury Holy Court could be said to have resisted the Great Shan Holy Court's army, but even so, they were retreating. Diazhen was too ferocious. Previously, no one had expected Diazhen to dispatch troops so quickly. It wouldn't be long before the soldiers arrived at the city gates. Sage King, there is no such thing as eternal hatred, only eternal benefits. Let's wait for our two dynasties to destroy the Great Shan Empire before we fight again, another official said. This subject agrees. This subject agrees. Immediately, all the officials in the hall agreed. Approved. Minister of Rights, you will personally go to the Nether Holy Hall and persuade the Nether Holy King to join forces against the Great Shan Empire, Zhuo Tianhun said. This subject obeys the decree. An official stepped forward and shouted. After the court session, all the officials left. In the court session hall, Zhuo Tianhun sat alone on the dragon throne. He tapped his fingers lightly and anger flashed in his eyes. Where did this Yang Chuan come from? Although I, Zhuo Tianhun, am only a branch of the Zhuo family, I am still a member of the Zhuo family. Humph. Zhuo Tianhuan's eyes turned cold. Who? With a step, Zhuo Tianhun disappeared. Soon, Zhuo Tianhun appeared in a valley surrounded by yin qi. Outside the valley, large groups of ghosts were driven in by some soldiers with whips. No, I don't want to go there. Save me. In the valley, endless cries and screams could be heard. It was extremely miserable. Smack. Go in. No, I don't want to go in. Outside the valley, countless ghosts struggled to escape. However, under the whips, there was nowhere for them to run. They were driven into the valley one by one. Those who could not be driven out were directly thrown in. Greetings, Sage King. The soldiers suddenly saw Zhuo Tianhun and greeted him respectfully. Zhuo Tianhun ignored them. Instead, he stepped onto the peak of a mountain and looked at the scenery in the valley. In the valley, a black dragon that was 1,000 feet long was circling. The black dragon emitted a faint black light, and its eyes were bloodshot. A powerful evil aura emanated from it, and anyone who looked at it would feel a chill in their hearts. Countless ghosts and ghosts were driven into the valley. As they struggled, the black dragon opened its mouth and sucked them into its stomach. Ah, don't. No matter how much they struggled, it was useless. The black dragon kept swallowing the ghosts. Nether dragon, 7 fiends. Zhuo Tianhun shouted. The black dragon turned its head and looked at Zhuo Tianhun, who was at the peak of the mountain. Zhuo Tianhun, the black dragon said. These ghosts are not enough. I hope you can provide me with twice as many, the black dragon said. That's not a problem. However, I have something I need you to do, Zhuo Tianhun said. Oh. 7 fiends was puzzled. You are a Dao god, and a peak ancient immortal. You are not bad among Dao gods. I need you to kill someone for me, Zhuo Tianhun said. Kill someone? Sage King Nether Soul? 7 fiends said lazily. No, a zombie king born from the Nether Spring, Yang Chuan, Zhuo Tianhun said. Haha, a zombie king? Zhuo Tianhun, you can't be asking me for help for a zombie king, right? You know that it's not cheap to ask me for help, 7 fiends said calmly. Zhuo Tianhun raised his eyebrows. Of course. I will provide you with twice as many ghosts, Zhuo Tianhun said. 7 fiends shook his head and said, looking at you, that Yang Chuan must be a powerful person. Ghosts. The netherworld is so big. If not for waiting for you, would I be lacking ghosts? Then what do you want? Zhuo Tianhun asked. What do you want? I want you to introduce me to the patriarch or elders of the Zhuo family. I need the method to become an ancestral immortal. I have been stuck at the ancient immortal realm for 20,000 years, 7 fiends said. Introduce you to the patriarch? Impossible. Zhuo Tianhun shook his head. Since it's not possible, then forget it. 7 fiends circled around again and ignored him. Zhuo Tianhun looked at 7 fiends, and his face turned ugly. 7 fiends was stubborn. He only wanted the method to become an ancestral immortal and could introduce him to the patriarch. He was just a member of the side family. Even if he wanted to introduce the patriarch, he would have to pay a great price. He might even lose his favor with the imperial clan. Just as Zhuo Tianhun was about to explode in anger, the Providence clouds suddenly churned. Zhuo Tianhuan's face changed, and he looked up at the sky. Roar. The golden dragon of Providence roared in annoyance. Zhuo Tianhun closed his eyes and sensed. After a while, his face changed. How can this be? The Providence of the Nether Holy Court is flowing toward the Great Shan dynasty. Has the Nether Holy Court collapsed? Zhuo Tianhun was shocked. Impossible. I must have sensed wrongly. How could the Nether Holy Court be destroyed? Zhuo Tianhun closed his eyes again and sensed with a strong sense of disbelief. He stood there quietly for a while. Then, Zhuo Tianhun opened his eyes. It's flowing at such a speed. Did they submit? What happened to the Nether Holy Court? The Nether Holy King submitted to the Great Shan dynasty. Did he submit to Yang Chuan? Zhuo Tianhun said in shock. One had to know that every sage king had the ambition to rule the world. How could they submit just because they wanted to? Earlier, he had heard that the Great Shan dynasty and the Nether Holy Court were fighting to the death. Now, they had submitted. What had happened? Zhuo Tianhun began to panic. Yang Chuan? He had not taken the newly born zombie king seriously at first. Who would have thought that he would be so ferocious? In the blink of an eye, he had destroyed his sworn enemy. How long had it been? 10 years. Zhuo Tianhun suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The pressure that Yang Chuan gave Zhuo Tianhun was increasing. It was so great that he felt like he could not breathe. 7 evils, I agree. I will introduce you to the Zhuo family elder. Zhuo Tianhun looked at the Abyss Dragon again. The Abyss Dragon opened his eyes and suddenly said, No, the Zhuo family head. Zhuo Tianhun was furious when he saw the Abyss Dragon raise the price, but he suppressed it. Okay, I will introduce you to the Zhuo family head, Zhuo Tianhun said through gritted teeth. Ha ha ha, good. It's a deal. I am not afraid of you lying to me. You have a country here. The abyss dragon stood up and stopped devouring the ghosts. Although Zhuo Tianhun was furious, he wanted Yang Chuan dead more. I will get someone to bring you there. Remember, you must kill Yang Chuan. I want him dead, Zhuo Tianhun said with a savage expression. No problem. However, do you need to be so angry? Seven Evils asked curiously. Yang Chuan's army attacked my dynasty. Many of my descendants were killed by Yang Chuan's army. Death by 1,000 cuts. My favorite great-great-grandson, Zhuo Jiang, was killed by 1,000 cuts. In the end, his bones were ground to dust. Zhuo Tianhuan's eyes flashed fiercely. Zhuo Jiang? That guy who lusts after beauties? The last time I saw him, he was forcing himself on a girl. However, that girl destroyed her own face. He is really unyielding. I think his name is Chen Feitian. Seven Evils recalled. Temph, I don't care who he is. After Yang Chuan dies, all of them will die. Zhuo Tianhun said coldly. Get someone to bring me to see Yang Chuan. Also, remember what you said. If you go back on your words, I will eat you. Seven Evils said coldly. 10 days later, Great Shan Holy Court, Great Qin City, Central Palace, Desolation Hua brought Nether Sage King over. Sage King, I did not disappoint you. Desolation Hua said excitedly. Nether Sage King looked at Yang Chuan with a complicated expression. There was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. However, in the end, it turned into a long sigh. Greetings, Sage King. On the dragon throne, Yang Chuan looked at Desolation Hua and Nether Sage King with satisfaction in his eyes. It was not for the Nether Sage King or Nether Sage King, but for Desolation Hua. Such a talent had actually reached Great Shan. From today onwards, Desolation Hua will be conferred the title of Great Shan Holy Court's 8th Legion Commander. The Nether Sage King will submit to the 8th Legion Commander, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Thank you, Sage King, Desolation Hua said solemnly. Just as Yang Chuan was about to confer the title, roar. Suddenly, a provocative dragon's roar sounded out from outside the palace. As the dragon's roar sounded out, billowing demonic chi suppressed the entire Great Qin City. Senior Seven Evils, he's right there in the central palace. Yang Chuan is in the central palace. A coquettish voice sounded out. Yang Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. He stood up and walked towards the entrance of the central palace. He slowly walked out of the central palace. He saw a huge black dragon in the distance. It gave off a monstrous demonic chi that rushed towards the central palace. Chapter 1148. Roar. Outside the Great Qin City, a black dragon roared into the sky. The huge sound wave rushed towards the Great Qin City and the central palace. Beside the black dragon, a cultivator trembled as if he was the guide. The black dragon was the underworld dragon and the 7 fiends that Zhuo Tianhun had invited. The 7 fiends looked at the central palace and then at the huge Yellow Springs Road not far away. Yellow Springs Road? Zhuo Tianhun didn't say there was a Yellow Springs Road here. The 7 fiends looked at the guide with murderous intent in their eyes. Senior 7 fiends, you didn't ask. He, Yang Chuan is in the central palace. Sorry for the trouble. The guide smiled apologetically. The 7 fiends snorted. At this moment, zombie Yang Chuan slowly walked out of the central palace with his officials. Waves of evil aura rushed towards them. Underworld dragon, 7 fiends. Sage Emperor Yuyo said in shock. Yu Qianjun? You know him? Zombie Yang Chuan said indifferently. Sage Emperor Yuyo nodded immediately. Sage Emperor, I've met him once. He was a tyrant in the Myriad Nether Domain and was expelled by the Myriad Nether Domain Lord. However, he's extremely powerful and is at the peak of the ancient Immortal realm. Moreover, he's a Dao God. Dao God. The officials were surprised. Yes, the guide beside him is Zhuo Tianhuan's subordinate. It seems that he's with Zhuo Tianhun. 7 fiends. I didn't expect Zhuo Tianhun to have hidden his strength so well. With such a ferocious dragon, he was able to endure until today. I'm no match for him. Yu Qianjun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Moreover, The myriad nether domain lord was an ancestral immortal. Even if he expelled the 7 fiends, he couldn't do anything to him. Be careful, sage emperor, Yu Qianjun said. At the same time, his heart palpitated. The 7 fiends' ferocity was still fresh in Yu Qianjuan's memory. Back then, he saw the 7 fiends fight 18 ancient immortals alone and kill them all. Their strength was monstrous. Yang Chuan nodded and looked coldly at the 7 fiends in the sky. Roar. The 7 fiends roared, their demonic auras surged. The 2 experts looked at each other. Yang Chuan? This is the zombie king from the secluded springs? The 7 fiends stared at Yang Chuan with curiosity. How dare you? Jin Dayu's angry rebuke suddenly came from the Yellow Springs intersection. The 7 fiends' eyes widened. Roar. The 7 fiends opened their mouths and spat out a purple demonic light that rushed towards the Yellow Springs road. The purple fiend demonic light damages the soul and corrodes the spirit. Ancient immortals will die upon contact. Be careful. Yu Qianjun immediately cried out. Clang. A bell rang, and a sound wave rushed towards the purple demonic light. Boom. The purple demonic light exploded with a loud bang, and the sky instantly became misty. What? Yu Qianjun looked into the distance in shock. The purple fiend demonic light did not have a fixed form. It was just light. Even Dharma treasures could not touch it. How could it be broken by a sound wave? Yu Qianjun had seen with his own eyes how the purple fiend demonic light had instantly killed an ancient immortal. There were still ferocious people in Diasian. The 7 fiends' eyes widened. Jin Dayu. Zombie Yang Chuan said indifferently. Your servant is here. Jin Dayu's reply came from the Yellow Springs intersection. This evil creature is a Dao god. Guard the Yellow Springs road well. We will deal with it personally. Yang Chuan said indifferently. As you command. Jin Dayu said respectfully at the Yellow Springs intersection. Turning his head, Yang Chuan looked at the 7 fiends. The 7 fiends' eyes also darkened as they looked at Yang Chuan. Evil creature? You dare to call me evil creature? One can survive a heavenly disaster, but one cannot survive a self-inflicted disaster. Don't worry, all of them will be buried with you. It's been a long time since I've eaten flesh. Everyone, come into my stomach. The 7 fiends roared. Roar. With a loud roar, the 7 fiends' mouths seemed to produce a tremendous suction force that sucked towards the entire Great Qin city. Ah, Sage Monarch, save us. Immediately, some civilians cried out. Nether Dragon Heaven-swallowing technique? Yu Qianjun cried out. Back then, Yu Qianjun had seen the 7 fiends swallow 10 ancient immortals in one mouthful. Many civilians gasped in terror. Impudent. Zombie Yang Chuan coldly snorted. Whoosh. Zombie Yang Chuan made his move. Yang Chuan stretched out his right palm, and with a terrifying speed, his palm instantly appeared at the head of the 7 fiends. He grabbed the 7 fiends' heads with extreme speed. Then, he exerted force with his palm. Boom. The 7 fiends were slammed into the ground by this palm, creating a huge crater in the south of the Great Qin city. The civilians who had been flying were saved. At this moment, almost all of the civilians looked at this scene in confusion. In the south, a huge black energy palm was pressing down on a black dragon, causing it to be unable to move at all. Only its tail was writhing wildly. Yu Qianjuan's jaw dropped. Before he could see what was going on, the dragon had been pressed to the ground. Was he seeing things? If we were in the world of the living, you might be able to fight with my other body. But in the netherworld, in front of my current body, you dare to be impudent. Yang Chuan said coldly. The officials didn't pay much attention to this, but Hua Qiliang sensed something amiss. Yang Chuan had 2 bodies, one in the world of the living and the other in the netherworld. But what did Yang Chuan mean? Were the 2 bodies different in strength? And this zombie body seemed to be more ferocious. The officials and civilians were shocked, and the 7 fiends in the distance were even more confused. With a whoosh, they were pressed into the crater. Was this a joke? Roar. The 7 fiends roared in grief and indignation. As the dragon's roar rang out, A black and purple heavenly Tao suddenly appeared behind the 7 baleful Qi. Boom! The heavenly Tao appeared and instantly broke free of Yang Chuan's palm. Roar! As they roared, the 7 fiends soared into the sky, followed by a vast heavenly Tao, and a terrifying heavenly might pressed down. Yang Chuan, you're dead. I'll make you wish you were dead. I'll use yin flames to burn your soul every day and make you suffer for eternity. The 7 fiends roared. Heavenly Tao, help me crush the great Qin city. The 7 fiends roared. Boom! The vast heavenly Tao rumbled towards the great Qin city. As the heavenly Tao moved, huge waves appeared in the void, and strong winds blew. Powerful spatial waves swept towards the great Qin city. The 7 fiends hid behind the heavenly Tao. They wielded the heavenly Tao to destroy the great Qin city. Without reaching the Tao integration stage, you'll never be able to withstand a single blow. Yang Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yang Chuan stretched out his palm again and rushed towards the heavenly Tao. Haha, it's useless. If you're not a Tao god, you'll never be able to break the heavenly Tao. This is the heavenly Tao, the 7 fiends roared excitedly. Boom! However, Yang Chuan's palm strangely pierced through the center of the heavenly Tao. What? The 7 fiends cried out in shock. Boom! After piercing through the heavenly Tao, the black palm grabbed the 7 fiends' tails again. With a violent swing, the 7 fiends, despite their monstrous strength, were instantly flung headfirst into the ground by the terrifying force. Boom! The 7 fiends crashed into a tall mountain, instantly shattering it. However, Yang Chuan wasn't done yet. Boom! 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 He lifted the 7 fiends again and smashed them headfirst into the ground. Despite their strength, the 7 fiends' bodies were already weak as they were smashed again and again. This wasn't a battle at all. It was clearly a one-sided beating. The 7 fiends were Tao gods and peak ancient immortals. Now, they were being flung around by Yang Chuan like a whip. The commoners were excited, and the officials were excited. In the distance, Jin Dayu turned his head and looked over with a strong sense of admiration in his eyes. Yu Qianjuan's mouth was agape, but he didn't say anything. Yu Qianjun had convinced himself on the way here, but as a holy king, it was impossible for him to not have a knot in his heart. What did Yang Chuan do to deserve this? Seeing this, Yu Qianjun was speechless. Not my ass. The 7 fiends that he couldn't beat were like little chicks in front of Yang Chuan. He could crush them as he wished. What was Yang Chuan's strength? An ancestral immortal. This Yang Chuan was definitely an ancestral immortal. An ancestral immortal? Hiss. Yu Qianjun sucked in a cold breath. The indignation in his heart instantly vanished. Meanwhile, the eyes of the other person, Desolation Hua, lit up. His palm crossed the heavenly Tao. Could it be the ultimate zombie? It's outside the heavenly Tao and not within the 5 elements. The heavenly Tao can't do anything to this ultimate zombie. The ancestor mentioned that this ultimate zombie is the body of a general and subject that even the ancestor has never seen before. Desolation Hua's eyes suddenly flashed. The 7 fiends were thrown into confusion, and the heavenly Tao that they had been holding up naturally disappeared. Smack! For the last time, Yang Chuan threw one of them in front of the central hall, in front of the officials. The 1,000-foot-long dragon still looked enormous. It was a magnificent sight, but no one was afraid. The dragon stuck out its tongue and foamed at the mouth. Deep fear flashed in its eyes. After being flung around by Yang Chuan, all its bones seemed to have loosened, and it couldn't move. No, it wasn't that it couldn't move, but that it didn't dare move in front of Yang Chuan. The 7 fiends were fierce, but how could they have imagined that they would meet an even fiercer monster today? This was a monster who treated Tao gods like little chicks. Why should they be fierce? The 7 fiends hated Zhuo Tianhun to death for tricking them here. It was over. It was over. Our dragon carriage is still missing 1 dragon. Are you unwilling to pull our carriage? Zombie Yang Chuan said indifferently. Thank you, Sage King, for not killing us, the 7 fiends said miserably. Pull the carriage? Pull the carriage? They were Tao gods, and they were going to pull it. The 7 fiends wanted to cry, but no tears came out. However, Considering how domineering this monster was, the 7 fiends could only submit. After all, this was someone who could easily crush them. Moreover, pulling his carriage might not be too embarrassing, right? Millimeter. Yang Chuan nodded. At this moment, Yu Chenjuan's last bit of competitive spirit disappeared. Damn, Dao God. This was a Dao God. To pull a carriage. What kind of emperor was he serving? How could he have been dissatisfied? How could he have wanted to fight him? How could he have wanted to fight him? Fight my ass. Yu Chenjun was deeply ashamed of his previous thoughts. In the distance, the expert who had been leading the way for the 7 fiends was also dumbfounded. He had been prepared to see the 7 fiends slaughter and destroy the great Qin city, but could this be called destruction? This was clearly self-destruction, right? Turning around, that person fled in a panic. Is the great Qin city a place where you can come and go as you please? A roar came from within the city. Swish. A ray of light shot out, and an arrow flew towards that expert who was fleeing. Boom. That expert was instantly blasted apart by the arrow. It was unknown who had fired the arrow, but it was obviously an unknown guard. However, even an unknown guard had such power. At this moment, Yu Chenjun was completely convinced. The Nether Holy Court's submission was not undeserved. Chapter 1149. Netherworld, Sol Roth Holy Court, in the Imperial Court. The Nether Holy Court has really submitted to Great Shun. Sage King, Yu Chenjun is so shameless. An old official said bitterly. Great Shun's #1 army general, Meng Tian, has turned his army against us. Meng Tian and Wang Jian, the 2 marshals, have all fallen. Sage King, the 2 armies have already reached the hinterland of our dynasty. It won't be long before they reach the city. Sage King, please make a decision quickly, another old official shouted. Sage King. The officials bowed with worry. Sol Roth Holy Court's army was retreating. Zhuo Tianhun naturally saw it. Anxious. No one was more anxious than Zhuo Tianhun. He had never seen such a ferocious army, especially those generals. Where did Great Shan find such ferocious generals? I understand. I have my own plans. You may leave. Zhuo Tianhun sighed. Yes. The officials sighed and left the imperial court. After the officials left, Zhuo Tianhun slowly walked to the front of the imperial court and looked to the west. 7 demons. Why haven't you killed Yang Chuan yet? Zhuo Tianhun asked with an ugly expression. At this moment, a ray of light shot over from afar. Report. The ray of light shouted. A large number of guards immediately went to stop it. Let him come over, Zhuo Tianhun shouted. The guards retreated. Soon, a figure landed in front of Zhuo Tianhun. Sage King, not good, not good. That person said Jiaohu. What's wrong? Zhuo Tianhun frowned. The Nether Dragon has been captured and Lord Niu has been killed. That person said anxiously. Captured. Captured. Zhuo Tianhuan's eyes were filled with shock. Yang Chuan grabbed him like a chick and threw him a few times before he was captured. That person explained. Captured a chick. Zhuo Tianhuan's eyes flashed with anger. Who had trained this informant? How could such an important matter be treated like a child's play? I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, the Abyss Dragon scolded Yang Chuan. Then, Yang Chuan stretched out his hand and grabbed it. In the end, it fell to the ground and lost its strength. In the end, it was imprisoned. Nether Dragon, 7 demons, he's a Dao God. Zhuo Tianhun said in disbelief. That's the truth is, that Yang Chuan. That person was Jiaohu. Die. Zhuo Tianhun slapped him. Boom. That person was instantly smashed into a pile of meat paste. It wasn't that Zhuo Tianhun hated this spy, but that Zhuo Tianhun needed to vent his anger. Roar. Zhuo was Zhuo Tianhun. The guards, and Li Hun is. Several days later at this moment, 3 figures were approaching from the west of the capital. God is editors Jade, and God. Emperor Gods God. City. Emperor narrow. Jade Emperor and God narrowed their eyes. Our mission is to trap the royal family of Hun Nu City. I am in charge of the west, Jade Emperor is in charge of the southwest, and God is in charge of the northwest. Yes. Both of them answered. Swoosh. Jade Emperor and God quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the three of them surrounded Hun Nu City. Grand Emperor sword formation. Jade Emperor sword formation. God sword formation. Boom. As the three of them roared, 3 beams of sword light suddenly shot up into the sky from where the three of them were. It was as if they had formed 3 pillars that connected the heavens and the earth. However, these 3 pillars were sword-shaped pillars. They reached the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. Bang! Along with the appearance of the 3 pillars, countless sword chi suddenly surrounded Hun Nu City. The surging sword chi seemed to cover the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire Hun Nu City was covered. In the city, countless people looked into the distance with a change in expression. How could this be? So many sword chi? Ah! While countless people were terrified, the swords of a large number of cultivators suddenly trembled. Buzz! My sword is out of control. Swoosh! Ah, my sword, where is it flying to? There were exclamations everywhere. The swords of countless cultivators suddenly turned into streams of light and flew into the sword chi storm outside the city. They rotated around the entire Hun Nu City along with the sword chi storm. A divine sword flew in, and the surrounding sword chi seemed to increase by a fraction. However, it wasn't just one sword that flew out of Hun Nu City. Thousands, no, millions of swords suddenly flew out of Hun Nu City. Buzz! Zhuo Tianhuan's long sword suddenly trembled. What's going on? Zhuo Tianhuan's expression changed. He suppressed his long sword fiercely to prevent his sword chi from flying away. What a terrifying sword intent. It can even bewitch an ancient immortal sword. Zhuo Tianhuan's expression changed drastically. After millions of long swords surrounded the city, the powerful sword formation outside seemed to have expanded by about 10 times. Buzz! It isolated the inside from the outside, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Imperial guards, break the formation for me, a general shouted. Boom! Thousands of strong practitioners rushed into the sword chi storm. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the Imperial guards were swept into the sword chi storm. Bam! What was thrown out again was a pile of broken limbs. Whoosh! A man suddenly appeared in the west. The Grand Emperor. Who are you? Why are you making an enemy out of me? Zhuo Tianhun asked coldly. Great perfection, sacred king, my master. The man smiled slightly. Yang Chuan? Zhuo Tianhuan's expression changed. He sent the 7 evils to kill Yang Chuan, and Yang Chuan also sent someone. The sacred king is very angry at your disobedience, so he sent me here, the Grand Emperor said indifferently. He then looked at the entire Hun Nu City and said, Hun Nu City subjects. The Hun Nu Sacred Court is about to be destroyed. The Great Perfection Sacred King has a decree to kill the entire clan of the evil leader, Zhuo Tianhun. As for the rest of the people, as long as they don't resist, they will let bygones be bygones. Wow! The entire Hun Nu City was in an uproar. During this period of time, the Hun Nu Sacred Court had been retreating, and everyone's hearts were heavy. However, who would have thought that the war would end so quickly? The enemy was already at the city gates. Scoundrel! Zhuo Tianhuan's eyes were filled with anger. He stepped forward, pulled out his emperor sword, and slashed towards the Grand Emperor. A vast sword aura rushed towards the Grand Emperor in the void as if it was going to cut him in half. Zhuo Tianhun was an ancient immortal, so he was naturally very powerful. The sword aura rushed towards the Grand Emperor. The Grand Emperor smiled and stretched out his right index finger towards the tip of Zhuo Tianhuan's emperor sword. Countless cultivators around were at a loss. Is this person stupid? Is he using his corporeal body to touch the sacred king's emperor sword? Corporeal body? He's not even using his protective aura. He's using his corporeal body to touch the sword. While the ghost cultivators were in shock, the tip of the sword and the finger collided. Ding! Everyone saw that when the tip of the sword and the finger collided, a large amount of electric arcs were created. Boom. Zhuo Tianhuan's sword aura shattered. The Grand Emperor's finger remained in mid-air. Hiss. Everyone sucked in their breaths. Corporeal body? What a terrifying corporeal body. With his corporeal body, no, the weakest fingertip, he was able to receive the sword of the Sacred King? Am I seeing things? Soul Fury City was in an uproar. Zhuo Tianhun looked at the Grand Emperor in shock. How could a human have such a strong corporeal body? Zhuo Tianhun didn't know that the Grand Emperor himself was a sword. The Grand Emperor sword, Jade Emperor sword, and God's sword had each given birth to a sword soul. This was easy to handle. 5,000 years into the heavenly secrets and 200 split souls were nourished by 1,000,000 years of sword souls. Among the great generals of the Great Accomplishment Realm, few could match the sword will of the three deities. At this moment, Zhuo Tianhun felt a chill in his heart. Soul Fury Sacred Hall, people of the world, listen up. I need your strength. Raise your right hand. Zhuo Tianhun shouted. Ang! The golden dragon of 18 claws shouted, and its voice spread throughout the Soul Fury Sacred Hall. At this moment, the Soul Fury Sacred Hall had lost half of its territory. More importantly, as the Soul Fury Sacred Hall was retreating, the hearts of the people were wavering. There were very few people who were sincerely willing to contribute their strength. Even though there were very few, a large amount of strength gathered and rushed towards the golden dragon of 18 claws of destiny, which then merged with Zhuo Tianhun. Rumble. Zhuo Tianhuan's strength increased exponentially. The Grand Emperor looked and slowly retreated into the three deities' sword formation. Boom. Zhuo Tianhun rushed into the formation. Bam! 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 Countless sword chi exploded, and the sword formation continued to operate crazily. Although the sword chi flew everywhere and countless divine swords left the formation still had its mysteries. Rumble. Zhuo Tianhun fought for a long time, but he couldn't hurt the three deities. This fight lasted for 2 days. In these 2 days, countless people became more and more disappointed in Zhuo Tianhun. Roar. Zhuo Tianhun was forced back. Zhuo Tianhun couldn't hurt the three deities, and the three deities couldn't hurt Zhuo Tianhun, who had mobilized the power of the dynasty. However, the three deities didn't intend to hurt him. They just wanted to trap him. Once they were trapped, the strong practitioners in the surrounding cities received the news. Some came to rescue the king, but more were incomparably flustered. As for Meng Tian and Wang Jian, the two armies were also fiercely attacking at this moment. The two marshals fought to be the first, as if they were competing in speed. 10 days. 10 days later. The two marshals had completely arrived outside Soul Fury City. Above Soul Fury City, more than half of the Sea of Destiny had been lost, and it was getting fainter and fainter. Yin Hentian stood at the foot of Soul Rage City with hatred. This time, they were really at the city gates. When the news spread, the remaining cities of Soul Fury Sacred Court were in an uproar. Boundless City Lord is willing to lead Boundless City to submit to Great Shan Sacred Court. Boom. The Sea of Destiny lost another portion. Myriad Head City Lord is willing to lead Myriad Head City to submit to Great Shan Sacred Court. Yin Hentian sent a large number of civil officials to those cities. Many wavering city lords surrendered in the blink of an eye. The three deities' sword formation was removed. Outside Soul Fury City, it was completely surrounded by Great Shan's army. Yin Hentian held a command flag in his hand. Kill. Roar. The rolling army charged towards Soul Fury City. Zhuo Tianhun, who had been trapped for close to a month, had aged a lot. People of Soul Fury Sacred Court, raise your right hand. Lend me your power, Zhuo Tianhun roared. Ang! The golden dragon of destiny possessed him again. However, at this moment, there were fewer and fewer people borrowing Zhuo Tianhuan's power. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, and God surrounded Zhuo Tianhun. Boom. A group of strong practitioners suddenly erupted into battle. Zhuo Tianhuan's power had increased by a lot. At this moment, he could resist for a while. The battle of a group of peak ancient immortals instantly created an endless storm, making it difficult for people to see clearly. However, the result was without suspense. Not long after, Zhuo Tianhun, who had lost an arm, was restrained by Wang Jian and instantly escorted back. In front of Soul Fury Sacred Court's Court Assembly Hall. At this moment, more than 10,000 people were tied up, and they were all kneeling in front of the Court Assembly Hall. Boom! Zhuo Tianhuan's cultivation was restrained, and he was also restrained on the square. Yin Hentian stood on the square and looked down at the entire city. Everyone, remember this. Soul Fury Sacred Court will be wiped off the face of the world by Great Shun. From now on, the entire myriad ghost domain will belong to Great Shun. Yin Hentian waved his sleeves and roared. Roar! 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 Great Shun's soldiers roared excitedly. Among them, many were new recruits that had just been recruited in recent years. At this moment, the new recruits were all excited because they had witnessed the rise of Great Shun. 20 years ago, everyone was discussing who would be the final winner between Soul Fury and Yushin. However, who would have thought that in just 20 years, the situation would change so drastically? Sacred King Yushin submitted to Great Shun, while Soul Fury Sacred King was now imprisoned and kneeling in front of his own court assembly hall. While countless soldiers were excited, they were also filled with endless admiration for Great Shun's Yang Chuan. What kind of emperor was he? Stop, what are you doing? Do you know who I am? Zhuo Tianhun roared. Yin Hentian turned his head. I am a disciple of the Zhuo family. I want to see your sacred king and Yang Chuan. Zhuo Tianhun said coldly. The sacred king has decreed that I will be in charge of Soul Fury's royal family. Yin Hentian's eyes flashed coldly. You? Who do you think you are? What do you want? Zhuo Tianhun said arrogantly. Clearly, the Zhuo family's bloodline gave him great confidence. What do I want? Other than Zhuo Jiang's family, which I have handed over to Lord Yifeng, I have captured all 13,456 of your descendant. Yin Hentian said coldly. Huh? Zhuo Tianhuan's eyes widened. 13,456 descendants. Even Zhuo Tianhun himself didn't know how many descendants he had. Who was this person in front of him? How would he know? What do you want? I've decided that everyone here will be executed by 1,000 cuts right here in this square. After that, their bones will be ground to dust. As for their souls, they will all be burned with yin flames. Their souls will be destroyed in pain and despair. Yin Hentian said sinisterly. No, you can't do this. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? I am from the Zhuo family. Zhuo Tianhun shouted in shock. Then do you know who I am? Yin Hentian said coldly. You. Zhuo Tianhun was stunned. My surname is Yin. Yin Hentian laughed sinisterly. Yin. Zhuo Tianhun suddenly thought of something. Yin. Yin family. You are a descendant of the Yin family. Your family is not extinct. How is that possible? Zhuo Tianhun shouted in shock. Yes, your Zhuo family was very secretive back then. However, my Yin family is not extinct. Zhuo family, you killed your master with your servant. You led the world to destroy my Yin family. How cunning. To think that my Yin family trusted you so much. Yin Hentian said coldly. No, it has nothing to do with me. I am just a side branch. If you want revenge, go to the imperial family, Zhuo Tianhun said in fear. It was as though he was afraid of the Yin family. Yes, one by one. All of you will die first. One day, I will take back everything that my Yin clan has lost. Yin Hentian said with hatred. Begin. Yin Hentian bellowed. Yes, sir. Countless military officers replied. The other generals of Great Shun didn't say anything. He let Yin Hentian vent the hatred in his heart. No. Ah. Help! Countless shouts were unable to change the reality of this moment. All the citizens of Soul Fury City watched in horror as the high and mighty emperor was sliced into pieces one by one. The news quickly spread throughout the myriad ghost domain. Some of the cities that were still resisting also gave up completely. Within the Great Qin city, Yu Qianjun received news that Han Enyu's royal family had been killed by 1,000 cuts, and he was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. That was close. He had surrendered. At this point, The myriad ghost domain had truly unified the world. Chapter 1150. Asian Holy Court. In the Netherworld, the myriad ghost domain was completely unified. Zombie Yang Chuan was now the domain lord of myriad ghost domain. In the Netherworld, the true dragon domain was split between Zhan and Ju. However, Zhan occupied 3/4 of the domain, while Ju Holy Court only occupied a quarter. Yang Chuan was not in a hurry to expand his territory. The most important thing now was to prepare for the mid-level officials. The 4 domains still needed a long period of time to stabilize. Zhan and Ju coexisted peacefully for a period of time. Xianyang City, in the study room. A group of ministers gathered. Sage King, this is news from the 4th Army's commander, Meng Wanruo. Liu Gang respectfully handed over a letter. Oh! Yang Chuan received it curiously and opened it. 4th Army's commander, Meng Wanruo. The young master of Julu Academy. Later, his sister, Meng Rongrong, ascended and was sent by the Sage King to protect him. Yang Chuan looked at the letter and his expression changed slightly. Sage King, what happened? Lu Buwei asked curiously. Yang Chuan handed over the letter. Lu Buwei quickly glanced at it and passed it to the other ministers. Goddess Jichen's tomb is about to open. The situation in the northeast continent is changing. Lu Buwei asked solemnly. Yin Hentian stepped out and said, Goddess Jichen's tomb is buried in the Inspiration Domain. Goddess Jichen once built a large hall called the Inspiration Hall. It is rumored that the 500 heavenly Dao's Dao inducements are inside. However, no one knows where it is. No one knows. 500 heavenly Dao's Dao inducements. Yang Chuan's expression changed slightly. Yes, many heaven menders can only mend a part of the heavenly Dao. However, with the guidance of the Dao inducements, it might be easier. These 500 heavenly Dao's Dao inducements might be useless, but there must be some that collapsed in the past. Sage King, do you want to take a look? Yin Hentian asked. Yang Chuan pondered for a moment. Inspiration Hall? Dao inducements. Yang Chuan's heaven-devouring Dao scripture was still lacking the last layer. It was not that Yang Chuan could not make up for it, but it would take a very long time. If he could obtain its Dao guidance, he would naturally be able to quickly replenish it. Moreover, this world was damaged. Becoming an ancestral immortal seemed to be a little different from his previous life. Perhaps he could find a way to break through in the inspiration weave. Yang Chuan nodded and said, in 3 days, we will personally head to the northeast ring continent and head to the inspiration weave. Your subjects are willing to accompany you. The group of important ministers immediately stepped forward and bowed. Yang Chuan looked at the officials and said, Wang Jian, follow me. The rest of you, continue to stabilize Zhan. Yes. Although everyone was regretful, no one refuted. Only Wang Jian's eyes were filled with excitement. Li Sai stepped forward and said, Holy King, according to Mr. Munro's letter, Dongfang Bubai might also go this time. In the Julu Academy in the past, Hierarch Dongfang helped his subjects who were not enlightened a lot. If there is a conflict, please, we understand. Yang Chuan nodded. Yes. Thank you, Holy King, Li Sai said gratefully. 3 days later. Everything was settled. The officials came to send Yang Chuan off. In a huge plaza. Roar. 2 gigantic dragons, one golden and one black, stood loftily with their heads raised to the sky. The 2 dragons looked at each other. A hint of sadness flashed in their eyes, but there was nothing they could do. The 2 dragons used chains to pull a huge carriage. The carriage was 2,000 feet tall and was shaped like a huge palace. Wang Jian stood respectfully in front of the palace. He was in charge of driving the dragon carriage. Beside the dragon carriage, the officials of Zhan were sending Yang Chuan off. Be careful on the road, Zizi said gently. Okay. Yang Chuan nodded. Miao didn't come to join in the fun this time. Yang Chuan looked around curiously. He did not see Miao. She heard that you didn't bring her along, so she hid and sulked. Zizi said with a smile. Yang Chuan smiled. He turned to look at the officials. Farewell, Holy King. The officials bowed. Yang Chuan nodded and stepped onto the dragon carriage. Let's go. Wang Jian shouted. Roar. Roar. The two dragons each let out a long roar and pulled the dragon carriage slowly into the sky. The two dragons pulled the carriage and slowly flew to the west. Wang Jian drove the carriage. Yang Chuan slowly stepped into the palace. Clang. The door closed. Wang Jian stood at the entrance of the palace and closed his eyes to rest. The two dragons naturally knew the way and flew to the west. Yang Chuan entered the palace and was about to sit cross-legged and cultivate for a while. Meow, Yang Chuan, you can't chase me away now, right? Ha ha. Meow immediately jumped down from the beam. Meow. Yang Chuan was surprised. Meow jumped onto Yang Chuan's palm and rubbed against Yang Chuan's palm, acting coquettishly. I want to go. You don't bring me out every time. I want to go and play. No wonder they didn't see Meow when they sent him off. So she was hiding in the carriage? East Sea Dragon Palace. At this moment, there were 300 figures in white standing outside the Crystal Palace. Inside the Crystal Palace, the Dragon Emperor and 3 Dragon Kings were accompanying a white-clothed man. The white-clothed man drank tea and smiled. East Sea Dragon Emperor, what do you think of my suggestion? The 3 Dragon Kings behind the Dragon Emperor widened their eyes but didn't interrupt. The Dragon Emperor also drank tea and smiled. Mr. Gongyang, do you know what you're doing? Dragon Emperor, I, Gongyang Ben Lei, am not joking. Great Jew Imperial Court? Other dragon clans? Ha ha ha, others might be afraid but my Gongyang family isn't. Dragon Emperor, as long as you agree to be my Gongyang family's vassal, the other dragon clans can forget about touching you. As long as they dare to come, my Gongyang family will block them for you. Gongyang Ben Lei said solemnly. You. The Dragon Emperor chuckled, his expression was indiscernible. In the future, your Dragon Palace will still be the Dragon Palace. I have consulted the Patriarch and the Patriarch personally agreed. Dragon Emperor, this is an opportunity for your East Sea Dragon Palace. You don't want to see the East Sea Dragon Palace destroyed, right? Gongyang Ben Lei laughed. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. Thank you Patriarch Gongyang for your good intentions. The East Sea Dragon Palace doesn't need your charity. Gongyang Ben Lei raised his brows. Dragon Emperor, don't you want to consider it? No, the Dragon Clan has their pride. There's no need for the Gongyang family to worry. You've made a wasted trip. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. Gongyang Ben Lei's expression became uglier. Suddenly, a Dragon King rushed into the hall. Dragon Fifth, we saw Dragon Fifth. The Dragon King said excitedly. Dragon Fifth. The Dragon Kings in the Crystal Palace were delighted. The Dragon Emperor's expression changed, but Gongyang Ben Lei showed a trace of curiosity. He was stopped by Dragon One above the East Sea. At this moment, the Dragon King said, his expression became uglier. What happened at this moment? The Dragon Emperor asked in a deep voice. Dragon Fifth is pulling Yang Chuan's carriage. Our East Sea Dragon Palace, the dignified Dragon King, was humiliated by Yang Chuan to pull his carriage. Dragon Emperor, give the order, we will avenge Dragon Fifth. The Dragon King said with grief and indignation. When the Dragon King spoke, the other 3 Dragon Kings' expression changed. What? Bastard, how dare you? Yang Chuan, the Dragon Emperor is merciful and spared his life. He actually let Dragon Fifth pull his carriage? Where is the face of our East Sea Dragon Palace? Another Dragon King exclaimed. Dragon Emperor, let me go. I will go and capture Yang Chuan. He is only an ancient immortal, what is there to fear? Dragon Emperor, I will go and capture Yang Chuan. The Dragon Kings took the initiative to volunteer. The Dragon Kings were enraged. At the side, Gongyang Ben Lei narrowed his eyes. Yang Chuan? Gongyang Daolu seemed to have died in his sealed world. A Dragon King pulling his carriage? The Dragon Kings looked at the Dragon Emperor, waiting for his permission. At this moment, above the East Sea, Yang Chuan's dragon carriage stopped. In front of the dragon carriage, the seawater soared into the sky, forming a huge wall. On the huge wall, 3 men stood. Each of them looked at the dragon carriage with fire in their eyes. Behind the three men, there were 100,000 prawn soldiers and crab generals standing on the waves, staring at the dragon carriage. Wang Jian narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance with his sword hilt. The three dragon kings of the East Sea? You want to stop the carriage? Wang Jian shouted. The three dragon kings looked at the two huge dragons in front of the dragon carriage. The golden dragon naturally recognized it. Dragon fifth. The leading dragon king said with red eyes. While the other two dragon kings were furious, they saw a black dragon. Black dragon? Who was this black dragon? Why didn't they recognize it? Why was there a black dragon in Diasian? Why wasn't there any news? Looking at its aura, it wasn't any weaker than Dragon Fifth. Roar! Roar! Dragon Fifth cried out in grievance. The black dragon turned to look at Dragon Fifth. What are you shouting for? Are you mourning? It's our fortune to be able to pull the Sage King's carriage. Do you want to die? The group of dragon kings. What was going on? This black dragon pulling the carriage wasn't ashamed, but proud. The black dragon was naturally the underworld dragon, the Seven Fiends. The Seven Fiends had seen the strength of zombie Yang Chuan. Resist. Resist my ass. When they found out that Yang Chuan was the zombie king, the Seven Fiends didn't dare to let out a fart. Others might not know, but the Seven Fiends knew some ancient secrets. During ancient times, some powerful zombie kings were born, and these zombie kings had a hobby, which was to eat dragons. It was better for them to be obedient. If Yang Chuan was unhappy one day, they wouldn't be able to complain even if they were eaten. Roar, roar. Dragon Fifth looked at the Seven Fiends in disdain. The Seven Fiends looked at Dragon Fifth with disdain. The two dragons looked at each other with disdain, and the three dragon kings were speechless. Where did this weird dragon come from? The dragon race's face was thrown away by him. Wang Jian looked at the group of dragon kings and said coldly, "Everyone, leave quickly and don't disturb the Sage King. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the Sage King's wrath." Ha ha ha, Yang Chuan's wrath? Humph, if not for the Dragon Emperor's order, we would have flattened Xianyang. One of the dragon kings rebuked. What a joke, with just you. Wang Jian showed a trace of disdain. Dragon 1, don't talk nonsense with him, save Dragon Fifth first. One of the dragon kings said. No, wait for the Dragon Emperor's order. Dragon 1 shook his head. The group of dragon kings was depressed. Finally, another crack appeared in the sea, and another dragon king rushed out. How is it? Did the Dragon Emperor agree? Dragon 1 asked anxiously. The Dragon Emperor ordered all dragon kings to withdraw, they are not to block Yang Chuan's arrival. The dragon king said in grief. What? Impossible. The group of dragon kings said in Jiaohu. The Dragon Emperor wants you to carry it out quickly, the dragon king said. The group of Dragon Fifth gritted their teeth, and their eyes were red. They could only watch helplessly as Dragon Fifth pulled the carriage. Roar. The group of dragon kings roared in depression. Dragon Fifth, we are useless. Don't worry, we will definitely persuade the Dragon Emperor to save you. Dragon 1 said in grief. After saying that, he didn't dare to look at Dragon Fifth's expectant eyes and plunged into the sea. The other dragon kings did the same. In grief and anger, they could only plunge into the sea. Rumble. In a blink of an eye, the group of Dragon Fifth, prawn soldiers, and crab generals disappeared. The sea was calm and peaceful. Roar. Dragon Fifth felt sad. What are you shouting for? I am stronger than you, we are both pulling the carriage, what grievances do you have? Qi Shuo lectured Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth. All right, stop arguing, let's go. Wang Jian shouted. Roar. The two dragons had no choice but to continue pulling the carriage. Not long after Yang Chuan's carriage left. On the surface of the sea, Gongyang Benlei and his 300 subordinates stepped out. Looking at the place where the dragon carriage had left, Gongyang Benlei narrowed his eyes. It seems like they are also heading to the Inspiration Weave. Goddess Jichen's tomb? Heh. Chapter 1151. East Sea Dragon Palace. The Dragon Emperor sat on his throne, looking at the aggrieved Dragon Kings in front of him. Dragon Emperor, Dragon Fifth suffered such humiliation. If we don't save him, I won't accept it. Dragon One's face was ugly. The other Dragon Kings nodded with resentment. The Dragon Emperor looked at Dragon One and said, "What happened to Dragon Fifth? Isn't he still alive?" "Ah!" The Dragon Kings looked at the Dragon Emperor. Dragon One, you said there's a black dragon other than the Dragon Emperor? The Dragon Emperor looked at Dragon One. Yes, it's an abyss dragon. Its strength is not below Dragon Fifth. Moreover, this dragon has a problem with its head. It was forced to pull the carriage, but instead of being ashamed, it was proud. Dragon One said strangely, "Abyss dragon? Seems like it's from the netherworld. This Yang Chuan isn't as simple as he looks." The Dragon Emperor frowned. "Ah! In the future, without my order, no one is to stop people from Da Zhun." The Dragon Emperor looked at the Dragon Kings. The Dragon Kings looked bitter and said, "Yes, there's more." The Dragon Emperor raised his eyebrows. "Huh! Be careful of the Gongyang family. Gongyang Ben Lei came here with bad intentions," the Dragon Emperor said in a deep voice. "Yes." Wang Jian rode the dragon west. Along the way, no other dragons disturbed them. Following behind Wang Jian was Gongyang Ben Lei and the rest. Everyone flew with all their might, but the two dragons were too fast. Other than Gongyang Ben Lei, who could fly with ease, many of the 300 subordinates were struggling. "Damn it, is this Yang Chuan a rabbit? So fast. I can't hold on, I can't. Old ancestor, someone can't hold on," the subordinates said bitterly. Gongyang Ben Lei raised his eyebrows. At this moment, he was also unhappy. Who knew that Yang Chuan's dragon carriage would be so fast? With a wave of his sleeve, he led his subordinates and turned into a stream of light and shot into the distance. Xiu. After a few days, the dragon carriage crossed the East Sea and was about to enter the northeast continent. But when they were not far from the coast, the two dragons abruptly stopped. He glared at the group of people in front of him. Wang Jian was also startled awake. He gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist and looked over coldly. Right in front of him was a white-robed man with 300 subordinates behind him. "Who are you?" Wang Jian shouted coldly. "Gongyang Ben Lei, please come out and meet me, Yang Chuan." Gongyang Ben Lei shouted. Rumble. Rolling sound waves rushed toward the dragon carriage. Roar. The twin dragons roared. Wang Jian's eyes turned even colder. Quang. The dragon carriage's main hall suddenly opened. Meow. A kitten hopped out of the room. Which blind fellow is going to be unlucky again? Meow. Meow cried out excitedly. In the distance, Gongyang Ben Lei's face darkened. "Little bastard, what are you talking about?" A subordinate behind Gongyang Ben Lei suddenly shouted. "Bastard your sister. Your whole family are bastards. Who are you trying to scare with a face like a pig's kidney?" "Meow," replied Meow. "You. Little bastard. Little bastard." That person was instantly enraged. Face like a pig's kidney? Everyone looked over. Bushuo didn't think so. His face was red from anger, and he looked like one. Gongyang Ben Lei's face twitched. At this moment, Yang Chuan slowly walked out of the dragon carriage. "Sage King." Wang Jian bowed slightly. Yang Chuan stepped out of the dragon carriage and looked coldly at everyone. "Who are you?" Yang Chuan said indifferently. Gongyang Ben Lei smiled and said, "I am Gongyang Ben Lei. I am from the Gongyang family." "What's the matter?" Yang Chuan directly interrupted. Gongyang Ben Lei's face turned ugly. This person was too arrogant. Taking a deep breath, Gongyang Ben Lei said, "Gongyang war strategy, have you heard of it?" Yang Chuan raised his eyebrows and said, "He is your father." "Father?" Gongyang Ben Lei couldn't wait to slap him. This cat and man were equally annoying. "I will not pursue the matter of Gongyang war strategy. I am here to ask for something from you." Gongyang Ben Lei suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice. Yang Chuan asked curiously. "Is it him, Dragon Fifth?" Gongyang Ben Lei said in a deep voice. "Oh." Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. I know that you have killed my Gongyang family's disciples. I have great use for this dragon fifth. If you give him to me, the grudge between you and the Gongyang family will be written off, Gongyang Ben Lei said in a deep voice. Ang! Dragon fifth angrily roared. 7 demons at the side said, Did your language teacher die early? He doesn't understand. Dragon fifth. What do you want in exchange? Yang Chuan said indifferently. Exchange? Ha ha ha, no. Gongyang Ben Lei looked at Yang Chuan strangely. Yang Chuan looked at Gongyang Ben Lei and the 300 aggressive disciples behind him. Scram, don't block Shen's way. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Bastard, you dare to be impudent in front of the old ancestor? A person behind Gongyang Ben Lei shouted. Shiying. Wang Jian pulled out his sword, and a blood-red sword light shot out. Boom. The cultivator who insulted Yang Chuan was instantly chopped into a bloody mist. Wang Jian snorted. Gongyang Ben Lei couldn't hold it in any longer. Kill. Roar. The group of disciples drew their swords and charged towards Wang Jian. Wang Jian snorted. He rushed out. Shiying. 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 Blood light soared into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, a fierce killing intent burst forth. Below, the roiling sea was suddenly frozen by this killing intent. Rumble. Wang Jian and the disciples of the Gongyang family began to fight. How fierce was Wang Jian? As a great circle ancient immortal, he was naturally ferocious. In the blink of an eye, about 100 disciples of the Gongyang family exploded into pieces. In such a short time, he killed 100 disciples of the Gongyang family. Gongyang Ben Lei's expression suddenly changed. One had to know that among the people killed by Wang Jian, there was an ancient immortal. How could this person be so fierce? Heavenly Tao. Gongyang Ben Lei's expression changed. A vast green heavenly Tao rushed towards Wang Jian. Roar. Wang Jian slashed with his sword. Boom. The void trembled violently, and a violent storm quickly erupted in all directions. The huge impact caused the frozen sea below to shatter into countless pieces of ice. The shattered ice and seawater soared into the sky. The surroundings were suddenly surrounded by seawater and sea ice. The 2 dragons were naturally fine. The 7 fiends squinted their eyes as they looked ahead. This Wang Jian, what a terrifying killing intent. I have been in the underworld for so many years, and I have only seen Yang Zizai with such a strong killing intent. This killing god is only a subordinate of the Sage King. The 7 fiends exclaimed. Roar. Dragon Fifth also looked on in surprise. With a single collision, Wang Jian was pushed back 100 feet. His figure suddenly turned and stabbed towards Gongyang Ben Lei. Boom. 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 Each sword was faster than the previous one. The murderous qi was getting stronger and stronger. The disciples of the Gongyang family suddenly felt a chill. HMPH. Ancient Immortal? What a ferocious nature. Unfortunately, you met me. I, Gongyang Ben Lei, will fuse with the heavenly Tao. Gongyang Ben Lei roared. Rumble. All of a sudden, a heavenly Tao appeared and wrapped around Gongyang Ben Lei in the center. Gongyang Ben Lei's body seemed to have become transparent in an instant. Boom. The originally green heavenly Tao suddenly burst forth with endless heavenly lightning in all directions. It was as if all 4 corners of the world had been occupied by lightning. Everyone was instantly immersed in a sea of lightning. Up, down, left, and right, countless heavenly thunders exploded towards Wang Jian at high speed. Hey! Wang Jian's expression changed as he quickly defended himself against the heavenly lightning coming from all directions. Rumble. One after another, the lightning dragons struck Wang Jian endlessly. It was as if 10,000 arrows were piercing through his heart. In an instant, they all struck Wang Jian. The 7 fiends stared. No, fusing with the heavenly Tao? How can he fuse with the heavenly Tao? Roar. Dragon Fifth roared in confusion. Gongyang Ben Lei, he's an ancient immortal. Isn't it true that only ancestral immortals can fuse with the heavenly Tao? How can he do it? Once he fuses with the heavenly Tao, he will be invincible. Apart from ancestral immortals, no one can break the heavenly Tao. If he can't break the defense of the heavenly Tao, he will never be able to hurt the person fusing with the heavenly Tao. The 7 fiends exclaimed. Roar! Wang Jian roared and broke free from the countless lightning bolts. His sword once again slashed towards the heavenly Tao. Boom! The void shook violently again. The heavenly Tao only trembled, but it didn't hurt Gongyang Ben Lei who was inside. On the dragon carriage, Yang Chuan looked into the distance. Perhaps this world isn't without any merit. Originally, only ancestral immortals can fuse with the heavenly Tao. In this world, there's actually a secret technique that allows a perfected ancient immortal to fuse with the heavenly Tao. It's a pity that fusing with the heavenly Tao has a huge burden that only ancestral immortals can bear. Ancient immortals can't last long. With that, Yang Chuan didn't look anymore. He reached out his right palm and grabbed in the distance. The 7 fiends stared at him from the side. After the battle in the Netherworld, the 7 fiends knew how fierce Yang Chuan was. At this moment, they naturally wanted to see what kind of methods the emperor that made them submit to had. Yang Chuan reached out his right palm. In the void, suddenly, countless stars appeared. Rolling stars suddenly appeared in the sea of lightning. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 galaxies appeared. Countless stars rotated rapidly, and a terrifying strangulation force wrapped around the surroundings. Poof! Countless lightning bolts were instantly extinguished by this strangulation force. The sea of lightning seemed to be slowly compressing. Ah, ancestral immortal, save me! Ancestral immortal, save me! The disciples of the Gongyang family screamed. Countless stars instantly appeared where Gongyang Ben Lei's heavenly Tao was. Rumble. One by one, the stars collided with the heavenly Tao. After colliding, they quickly rotated around the heavenly Tao. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly Tao seemed to be wrapped by a layer of stars. What is this? Gongyang Ben Lei, who was in the center of countless stars, had a drastic change in expression. Gongyang Ben Lei discovered that his strength was actually unable to shake the strangulation force of the stars. What a powerful force! However, these stars also couldn't hurt him. After all, you're just an ancient immortal. So what if you're in the Tao integration stage? Let's see how long you can last. Yang Chuan said coldly. No, impossible. Gongyang Ben Lei screamed in shock. Gongyang Ben Lei understood that his Tao integration stage could only be considered as a pseudo-Tao integration stage. Soon, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Once he was squeezed out of the heavenly Tao, the result could be imagined. No, no, explode for me. Gongyang Ben Lei screamed in shock. Boom. The vast heavens will exploded with a loud bang. The powerful explosive force instantly blew up the surrounding stars. Pu. Gongyang Ben Lei also spat out a mouthful of blood. Swish. Gongyang Ben Lei quickly fled towards the west and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Old ancestor, save me. The 200 disciples of the Gongyang family screamed in fear. However, Gongyang Ben Lei knew that he had kicked an iron plate. His life was in danger, so how could he care so much? In the eyes of the 7 demons, the countless stars that surrounded the 200 disciples of the Gongyang family slowly shrunk and quickly condensed into Yang Chuan's palm. Ka. When Yang Chuan clenched his hand, the stars disappeared. The 200 disciples of the Gongyang family were obviously dead. What a terrifying superpower! The 7 demons exclaimed in shock. Yang Chuan looked at Gongyang Ben Lei, who was escaping in the distance, and turned back to the main hall. Meow. Meow Meow hopped in as well. Kwong. The main hall closed. Let's go. Wang Jian shouted to Erlong. Erlong didn't dare to say anything and quickly pulled the carriage to the west. Chapter 1152. Yang Chuan's group continued their journey to the west. After passing through many territories, they finally arrived at Inspiration Territory after 3 months. Far away, a vast land appeared. Ang. Dragon 5th shouted, reminding Wang Jian. We've arrived. The 7 fiends looked at the territory in front of them curiously. The 2 dragons slowed down. Just as they slowed down, 70 to 80 rays of light shot into the sky, blocking their path. Inspiration territory has been sealed. No foreign cultivators are allowed to come close. Go back to where you came from. If you don't stop, we won't be polite anymore. The 70 to 80 immortals shouted, wanting to chase the dragon carriage away. The two dragons seemed to be waiting for Wang Jian to speak, but Wang Jian did not speak. The two dragons naturally did not ask. They continued to fly forward. Did you hear our words? Still not stopping. Not good. The dragon carriage is rushing over. Block it, block it, block it. Boom tilde 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 tilde. Flowers scattered. The 70 to 80 cultivators were sent flying. Ah, ah. Miserable cries were heard. The cultivators were injured all over. The one with the most serious injuries had blood all over his face. Turning his head in pain, the dragon carriage had already entered inspiration territory, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The 70 to 80 cultivators clutched their chests, speechless. Barbaric driving? On the other side, Gongyang Ben Lei also arrived at inspiration territory, but he did not charge forward like Yang Chuan. Instead, he rushed into inspiration territory in a sorry state, heading straight for a valley. Xiu. Gongyang Ben Lei flew over. There were many white-robed cultivators in the valley. Old ancestor. The group of white-robed cultivators greeted respectfully. Gongyang Ben Lei ignored them, heading straight for one of the main halls. In the main hall, there were two men sitting, with a map in front of them. The two were studying it. Hey, Gongyang Ben Lei, why are you here? One of the men asked doubtfully. Gongyang Ben Lei sat down, picked up a teapot, and drank a mouthful. The two men looked at each other, seeing that something was wrong, and walked over. Gongyang Ben Lei, what's wrong? Where are the people you brought with you? A man asked in a deep voice. Yang Chuan, they were all killed by Yang Chuan. If I didn't leave fast enough, perhaps I would have. Gongyang Ben Lei said with lingering fear. What's going on? Aren't you in charge of persuading the East Sea Dragon Palace? How is it related to Yang Chuan? The dragon monarch of the East Sea was a stubborn old man. He wouldn't listen to me at all. I could only find another way. You have all read the information. The dragon monarch and the other 11 dragon kings doted on Dragon 5th. As long as I captured Dragon 5th, I could force the East Sea Dragon Palace to submit. While Dragon 5th was captured by Yang Chuan to pull the carriage, I went to. Gongyang Ben Lei recounted the events that happened 3 months ago in detail. The Dragon King is pulling a carriage? This Yang Chuan was so bold. Isn't he afraid that the Dragon Emperor will find trouble with him? The Dragon Emperor's brain is damaged. He doesn't care at all and doesn't allow others to care. Gongyang Ben Lei said angrily. How could this be? No matter what, this enmity must be avenged. Yang Chuan will definitely come to the inspiration weave. Although his mystique is strong, he must have a weakness. I can't do anything to him alone. If he uses that mystique on me again, you too will kill him from the side. Gongyang Ben Lei's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Are you sure Yang Chuan is only an ancient immortal? Definitely. Gongyang Ben Lei nodded. The two of them frowned and thought for a moment before nodding in the end. Originally, according to the rules of the family, we were supposed to do our own things and interfere with each other. However, since Yang Chuan has come to the inspiration weave, it's a different story. Gongyang Ben Lei nodded with satisfaction. The three of us are equal in strength. Moreover, we can use the family's secret technique to reach Dao integration for a short time. No one can stop us. Inspiration weave. Outside Goddess Ji Chen's tomb. Goddess Ji Chen's tomb was located in the center of 4 mountains. The 4 mountains were extremely tall and arranged in a square formation. The surroundings were shrouded in a large number of arrays, making it look foggy. At the periphery, a large number of cultivators were already standing on the peaks. Countless cultivators were staring at the center. Their eyes were filled with strong anticipation. However, as if they were afraid of each other, no one rushed forward. There was a large number of battles in all directions, fighting for the top of each mountain. Roar. In the distance, Yang Chuan's dragon carriage slowly flew over. Many people turned their heads to look. The dragon carriage rushed straight towards one of the mountain peaks. Where did this blind fellow come from? A large number of cultivators flew out from the mountain peak and shouted angrily. Boom! The two dragon heads arched, and the noisy group was immediately sent flying. Everyone! The dragon carriage landed on the peak of the mountain. Sage King, we have arrived. Wang Jian respectfully called out to the carriage. Quang! The door opened, and Yang Chuan slowly stepped out of the carriage. Miao naturally lay on Yang Chuan's shoulder, looking around with excitement in her eyes. Yang Chuan's dragon carriage's high-profile appearance immediately attracted the attention of countless cultivators. Many people frowned, wondering who this was. Whoosh! In the distance, two white lights suddenly shot over. In the blink of an eye, they landed in front of them. The two of them were none other than Meng Wanruo and Meng Lingtian. Greetings, Sage King. You are finally here. Meng Wanruo immediately smiled. Meng Wanruo, the commander of the 4th Army of the Dajin dynasty. In the past, she accompanied Meng Rongrong into the Immortal world. Yang Chuan nodded. Wang Jian and Meng Wanruo nodded and greeted. Greetings, Sage King of the Dajin dynasty. Meng Lingtian also smiled. Mr. Meng, have you seen Dongfang Bubai? Yang Chuan asked. I have seen him. I have to thank Yang Di for his help. The Julu Academy is no longer here. The founder opened a dojo called Dongfang Dojo. Sect leader Dongfang Bubai, Meng Lingtian said with satisfaction. Dongfang Bubai is indeed an outstanding person of his generation. Yang Chuan nodded in admiration. Miao, didn't you say that the tomb opened? Why are you all standing outside like idiots? Miao. Miao was confused. Meng Wanruo smiled and said, the tomb has indeed opened. Some people have already entered. My sister has already entered. Oh. Yang Chuan asked curiously. Sage King, please take a look. There are 4 mountains covered by clouds. Goddess Jichen's tomb is among them. It opened 23 months ago. On the day it opened, multicolored light soared into the sky and the weather changed. At that time, countless experts rushed over, but they were all stopped by the tomb keepers. Meng Wanruo explained. Tomb keepers? Yang Chuan asked curiously. Just as Yang Chuan was feeling curious, a commotion came from afar. Damn it, I can't wait any longer. Fellow cultivators, let's go. Let's barge in. Don't let those women get ahead of us. Suddenly, someone shouted. Swish. About 100 figures suddenly appeared and rushed towards the 4 mountains. Roar tilde 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 tilde. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the 4 mountains. A giant beast that was thousands of feet long came out of the array. Dog. Miao was surprised. Sage King, this is one of the tomb keepers, dog deity. He used to follow Goddess Jichen. After Goddess Jichen died, he remained loyal and devoted, guarding the tomb. Meng Wanruo explained. Yes. Yang Chuan nodded. In the distance, the 100 cultivators had already made their move. Evil creature, if you block our way again, we will kill you. A cultivator raised his sword and charged forward. Roar. Dog God let out a loud roar. The powerful sound wave suddenly formed a spatial ripple that charged towards the cultivator. Sky-splitting sword art, split. That cultivator shouted. A sword ray slashed the sound wave apart. Let's go. That cultivator shouted. The group of experts immediately followed him to the center. Bastard. Dog deity shouted angrily. A heavenly Tao that connected heaven and earth suddenly appeared. Boom. The cultivator at the front was blasted apart by the heavenly Tao and turned into a bloody mist. Ah! Under the aftermath, some cultivators immediately cried out in pain. Roar. The dog god quickly pounced in all directions, and the heavenly Tao was used to perfection by him, as he quickly crashed into the cultivators that charged forward. Boom. 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 After a series of collisions, more than half of the 100 practitioners were killed or injured, and the rest could only flee quickly. After winning the battle, Dog God stepped onto the peak of a mountain and looked around coldly. Have you bastards forgotten what Goddess Jichin has done for the world? Dog God shouted coldly. Goddess Jichin said that there are things in the tomb for the world, but they must follow her rules. Female cultivators can enter first, and male cultivators can enter 2 years later. If any of them were not venerables, they would be killed. Roar. Dog God roared. The final roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. The restless cultivators in the surroundings immediately quieted down. This dog god is actually a Dao god. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. Meow. Women enter first, and men enter later. Why is there such a strange rule? Meow asked, feeling puzzled. Meng Wanruo smiled bitterly and said, indeed. Back when the tomb opened, Goddess Jichin's remnant will set it herself. Many people heard it, and most of the female cultivators entered. Actually, there are many strong cultivators in the inspiration weave, such as Dongfang Bubai. They might not be afraid of Dog God, but they chose to wait out of respect for Goddess Jichin. Many people forgot to be grateful. Yang Chuan nodded. The women entered 2 years earlier. Although they were curious, they might have their reasons. Rongrong went in first. I got my wife to accompany her. Rongrong is very strong now. There shouldn't be a problem, Meng Wanruo said. En. Yang Chuan nodded. In the distance, Dog God looked around and then looked at Yang Chuan. After all, 2 dragons pulling a chariot were too eye-catching. Dog God frowned as he looked around. Then, he walked towards the tomb again. Sheeing. Suddenly, a loud sword hum sounded. On the peak of a mountain not far away, a sword light soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds and mist. Endless sword chi surrounded the sword light. It looked extremely majestic. Buzz buzz buzz. The swords of countless cultivators rang out in all directions. It was as if they were worshipping that sword light. My sword. It's out of control. Someone exclaimed. Ah, my sword. Bastard, don't shake. Countless exclamations sounded. Dog God's expression changed as he turned his head to look. He saw a man in a purple robe standing on the peak of the mountain. The man carried a bronze sword on his back. His eyebrows were sharp, and his entire body exuded sword intent. His clothes and hair looked like swords. The man's eyes flashed. He looked coldly at Dog God. Who are you? Dog God asked coldly. Someone in the surroundings recognized him. Dugu Batian. He's from the Dugu family of the southern continent. The Dugu family? Invincible swordsmanship. He's from the Dugu family? How did he attract the Dugu family so quickly? Dugu Batian. He killed 7 Dao gods. His swordsmanship is fierce. While everyone was exclaiming, Dugu Batian looked coldly at Dog God. For the sake of Goddess Jichin, I'll spare your life. Get out of the way, or my sword won't recognize you, Dugu Batian said in a deep voice. Chapter 1153. For Goddess Jichin's sake, I will spare your life. Get out of the way or my sword will not recognize you, Dugu Batian said solemnly. Roar. Goshen roared. Countless cultivators stared at him, but no one dared to step forward. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. Dugu family? Goshen naturally did not step aside. There's still 1 month left. I don't care who you are, but no one can break Goddess Jichin's rules. Goshen shouted coldly. Dugu Batian snorted coldly as he pulled out the bronze longsword on his back. Heavenly Dao. Goshen shouted. Boom. The heavenly Dao of the dog god appeared in front of Dugu Batian in the blink of an eye. Sword river. Dugu Batian waved his long sword. Suddenly, a sword light shot towards Goshen's heavenly Dao. At the same time, the surrounding sword chi converged into a river and crashed into Goshen's heavenly Dao. Boom. The sword river and heavenly Dao collided, causing the void to shake violently. For a moment, sand and stones were sent flying, and a storm raged, making it difficult for people to see what was going on. Within the storm, a miserable scream could be heard. Boom. The storm dissipated. Goshen was covered in blood as he crashed into a mountain not far away. His body was covered in sword wounds. Dugu Batian stepped in the air and stabbed his long sword into his back. He looked down at Goshen. For Goddess Jichen's sake, I will spare your life. Remember, in this world, no one can stop my Dugu family, because no one can. Dugu Batian said coldly. Me. Dugu Batian stepped forward, heading towards the array of the 4 mountains. Stop! Goshen shouted. But his body was covered in sword wounds. How could he stop Dugu Batian? Dugu Batian did not pull out his sword, but his eyes flashed coldly. A powerful sword intent rushed towards the array. Boom! The formation exploded with a loud bang. Immediately, the array's interior was exposed to everyone. Between the 4 mountains, there was a huge hole in the void. The inside of the hole was like a black hole, and no one could see what was inside. Swish! Dugu Batian stepped into the black hole. A small world. Meow. Meow was surprised. This must be the spiritual world. It was Goddess Jichen's dojo. Meng Wanruo said. Let's go. Yang Chuan said. Ang. Ang. Dragon Fifth and the Chi Sha let out a long cry and immediately pulled the dragon carriage toward the entrance. Meng Wanruo naturally followed, but Meng Lingtian stayed behind. Other than Yang Chuan, there were many other experts who couldn't wait any longer and rushed towards the interior. Bastard, stop. No one is allowed to enter, Dog God roared. But at this moment, who would listen to him? With such a serious injury, it was already a good thing that no one hurt him. Rumble. Countless experts swarmed in. Dog God's expression changed drastically, and he quickly followed. In the surroundings, a large number of experts quickly fled in all directions. Not good, everyone is rushing over. We have to report this to the sect leader quickly. Oh no, I have to report this to Master as soon as possible. The Holy King is too merciful, letting these rascals take the lead. The experts in all directions anxiously rushed in all directions to inform the ambitious and ruthless people. Meng Lingtian took a step and flew to another mountain peak not far away. At the peak of the mountain, there was a large number of people dressed in white standing there. Meng Lingtian? That's Yang Chuan? A man in white frowned. Meng Lingtian nodded. Have you informed the sect leader? Meng Lingtian asked worriedly. Yes, the sect leader will be here soon. Don't worry, a large number of female cultivators have entered for almost 2 years, but there is no result. It's not that easy to find a peerless divine weapon. The man in white shook his head. Millimeter. As soon as the dragon carriage entered the spiritual world, Yang Chuan discovered the mysteries of this world. This was a small world. The sky was high and the clouds were light. It was boundless. It was similar to the world of light in the Julu Academy, but it was much more advanced than the world of light. Because there was a bright moon in the sky of this world. There were countless stars. The mountains stretched as far as the eye could see, as if it was a real world. The creator of this world must be an ancestral immortal, and he must be extremely powerful even among the ancestral immortals, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Not far away, Meng Wanruo checked the surroundings for a while and quickly came over with a stone. Sage King, my humble wife and Rongrong entered. I told them to leave clues if it was a small world. They should have gone to the south of the spiritual world, Meng Wanruo said. South? Then let's go. Yang Chuan nodded. Roar. The 2 dragons pulled the dragon carriage quickly towards the south. Countless experts rushed in. As soon as they entered, they immediately flew in all directions. After all, no one knew where the treasures were or what kind of treasures were inside. Everything depended on luck. Dugu Batian broke through the tomb keepers, and countless experts entered in a line. Meng Lingtian and the other disciples of the Eastern Dao Rite waited patiently. A day later. Ancestor, it's him, it's him. A soft shout suddenly came from afar. Meng Lingtian turned his head and saw another group of experts in white flying over. There were 3 people in the lead. One of them was the one who suffered in the hands of Yang Chuan more than 3 months ago, Gong Yang Ben Lei. A cultivator beside him kept pointing at Meng Lingtian. Ancestor, it's him. He was the one who spoke to Yang Chuan. The cultivator beside him pointed at Meng Lingtian. I'm Meng Lingtian. Everyone, Why are you surrounding us? Meng Lingtian frowned. Gongyang Ben Lei sneered. You know Yang Chuan? So what? Meng Lingtian was puzzled. What did Yang Chuan say to you earlier? Gongyang Ben Lei said in a deep voice. Why should I tell you? Meng Lingtian said in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, why should I? Gongyang Ben Lei sneered. Everyone, we are disciples of the Eastern Tao Rite. We have never offended you. Please don't provoke us, an Eastern Tao Rite disciple said in a deep voice. Ha 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 ha, Eastern Tao Rite? Why haven't I heard of it? What is the Eastern Tao Rite? Gongyang Ben Lei sneered. As he spoke, Gongyang Ben Lei released a powerful aura towards the disciples of the Eastern Tao Rite. The Eastern Tao Rite is nothing. However, it's not your turn to bark. A soft voice came from the void behind them. Buzz. The void trembled and the pressure on Meng Lingtian and the others was lifted. Sect leader. Greetings, sect leader. The disciples of the Eastern Tao Rite immediately bowed in excitement. Sect leader. Gongyang Ben Lei's face turned ugly. Turning their heads, the disciples of the Gongyang family looked behind them. They saw a white-robed man standing behind them. The man was extremely handsome and his long black hair was tied up in a loose ponytail. He looked extremely free and unrestrained. His eyes were extremely spirited, as if they could see through everything in the world. Standing in the void, it was as if he had merged with the heavens and the earth. The experts did not feel it before. The sun rises from the east, only I am undefeatable. You are Dongfang Bu Bai? A man beside Gongyang Ben Lei suddenly smiled. Who are you? Why are you making things difficult for my disciple? Dongfang Bu Bai asked indifferently. Gongyang Ben Hong, Gongyang Ben Tian, Gongyang Ben Lei. The three experts of the Gongyang family suddenly shouted. It was as if the person in front of them would be scared witless if they said the name of Gongyang. Gongyang family? Ha, get lost. Dongfang Bu Bai said with a trace of disgust in his eyes. Apparently, Dongfang Bu Bai did not have a good impression of the Gongyang family. What did you say? Gongyang Ben Hong was instantly enraged. Dongfang Bu Bai was insulting his family? I said, get lost immediately. Dongfang Bu Bai narrowed his eyes. You have less than 60,000 years of cultivation and you dare to be presumptuous in front of me. Gongyang Ben Hong was instantly enraged. Taking a step forward, Gongyang Ben Hong stabbed his sword at Dongfang Bu Bai. Dongfang Bu Bai narrowed his eyes. A ray of light flashed in his eyes. Dongfang Bu Bai moved his right hand. The moment his right hand moved, a piercing murderous aura made Gongyang Ben Hong's hair stand on end. A death instinct instantly filled his body. Not good. Gongyang Ben Hong's face changed drastically. Because at that moment, Gongyang Ben Hong saw a ray of white light shooting towards him. The white light was so fast that he could not block it in time. He was a peak ancient immortal, but he could not resist at all. Heavenly Tao, fuse. Gongyang Ben Hong cried out in horror. Boom. A heaven Tao suddenly appeared, instantly connecting heaven and earth. At the same time, it wrapped around Gongyang Ben Hong. A powerful aura spread out in all directions. But at that moment, Dongfang Bu Bai no longer looked at him and did not make a move. Because Gongyang Ben Hong, who was wrapped by the heaven Tao, had a gap from his head to his lower body. Blood was flowing out from the gap. Within the heaven Tao, Gongyang Ben Hong's eyes widened as his body was split in half. Boom. The heavenly Tao collapsed and dispersed. Gongyang Ben Tian and Gongyang Ben Lei trembled and did not dare to move. Dongfang Bu Bai held a long sword in his hand. There was no trace of blood on the long sword, but everyone knew that it was this sword that split Gongyang Ben Hong in half. Gongyang Ben Hong shouted Tao combine, and the moment the heaven Tao appeared, he was split in half. The trajectory of the sword could not be seen. Even the ancient immortals could not see it clearly. It was too fast. Dongfang Bu Bai's sword could not catch it. There were many experts around. Not long ago, they saw Dugu Baishan's sword. Although that sword was domineering, it was not as terrifying as Dongfang Bu Bai's sword. Because you could not see his sword at all. Everything was over. Gongyang Ben Tian and Gongyang Ben Lei did not think of taking revenge for Gongyang Ben Hong, because Dongfang Bu Bai's strength had made them lose all thoughts of resisting. Dongfang Bu Bai held the long sword with one hand and took out a handkerchief with the other hand. He wiped the long sword gently. Gongyang family's blood. Filthy. Dongfang Bu Bai shook his head. The group of Gongyang family disciples was stunned. No one dared to say anything. Go back and tell Gongyang Zi, Gongyang family disciples, don't appear in front of me again. If I see you again, I will kill you. Dongfang Zhengpai said coldly. Gongyang Ben Lei and Gongyang Ben Tian's face twitched. Let's go. Dongfang Bu Bai shouted to his disciples. Yes. The disciples shouted excitedly. It was hard for them not to be excited by such a sect master. The sun rises from the east, only I am undefeated. Chapter 1154. Spiritual World. Yang Chuan drove the dragon carriage, bringing Meng Rongrong, Wang Jian, and Miao south. However, they did not find Meng Rongrong and the rest. Sage King, perhaps they changed directions midway. Meng Wenruo frowned. Changed directions? You said that Goddess Ji Chen once said that women enter first, and men enter later. 2 years later. Yang Chuan frowned. Yes, I can't figure it out either. What's the difference between men and women? Moreover, there's nothing normal in this world. Meng Wenruo shook her head. Then let's find the other female cultivators. Yang Chuan said. Yes. The dragon carriage went around, looking for female cultivators. However, after a few days, there was no sign of any female cultivators. The female cultivators disappeared. I remember that there were at least tens of thousands of female cultivators in the past year. Why are they all gone? Meng Wenruo said in surprise. Stop. Yang Chuan suddenly shouted. Roar. The 2 dragons stopped abruptly. Yang Chuan looked up at the sky. The moon was still hanging high in the sky. It's been so many days. The full moon has been hanging high in the sky. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes at the moon in the sky. Wang Jian stared and said, Indeed, Sage King. There's something wrong with the moon. In the outside world, the sun star is full. Unless the heavenly dog eats the sun star is always full. However, the moon star is different. The moon star is deficient. The moon will waver. However, we've been here for many days, and the moon has been full. Something's wrong. Roar. The 7 fiends suddenly shouted. Sage King, the moon isn't shining moonlight. Instead, it's burning hot. The 7 fiends immediately tried to curry favor. Roar. Dragon Fifth looked at the 7 fiends with disdain. The 7 fiends rolled their eyes at Dragon Fifth. You're an idiot. You still can't figure out the situation. This silver moon isn't the moon. It's the sun that's been corroded by evil energy. Yang Chuan's expression changed. The sun. Meng Wenruo frowned and looked at the sky in surprise. Let's go to the sun. Yang Chuan shouted. Roar. The 2 dragons replied. Just as everyone was responding, a loud explosion came from the north. Boom. A loud sound rang out, causing the earth to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Something happened in the north? Miao asked in surprise. Yang Chuan looked to the north and shook his head. To the sun. Roar. The 2 dragons responded and pulled the dragon carriage towards the sun. For 10 days in a row, Yang Chuan's group flew rapidly towards the sky. The sun hung there, not moving at all. Soon, it would arrive. He stopped in the distance. The group of people stared at this scene in shock. The sun was golden in color, but there were many transparent figures flying around the sun. The figures were blue and black in color, and they were rapidly circling the sun. There were so many figures. Heavenly demon? Meng Wenruo's expression changed. Whoa. Roar. Boom. The countless heavenly demons let out horrifying roars as they quickly circled the sun. There were so many of them that when the people below looked at the sun, it appeared silver. Roar. One of the heavenly demons seemed to have discovered Yang Chuan's group and charged at Yang Chuan's group. Roar. Heavenly Demon King, The 7 evil spirits cried out and tried to retreat. However, in the next instant, the heavenly demon seemed to be sucked back to the sun. Then, it circled the sun wildly. Heavenly demons! Why are there them here? Meng Wanruo exclaimed. Heavenly demons bewitch cultivators. Furthermore, many of these heavenly demons are actually heavenly demon kings. Heavenly demon kings are even more bewitching. In fact, there are billions of them in front. Wang Jian said. Heavenly demons are afraid of the sun. To think that they are circling the sun. Are they not afraid of the sun burning them? Yang Chuan asked with a frown. He looked inside through some cracks. Indeed, countless heavenly demons were burned to ashes by the sun. However, the heavenly demons seemed to be endless. They appeared strangely from the void. There was no end to the heavenly demons. The strange scene made Yang Chuan frown slightly. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the dragon carriage. It was a slightly stooped old man. The old man was transparent and somewhat resembled the heavenly demons. However, he did not cry out ferociously like the heavenly demons. Instead, he looked at everyone kindly. Another guest is here. Haha. Greetings. The old man bowed slightly to Yang Chuan's group. Who are you? Yang Chuan asked in a low voice. You can call me Benevolence, old man. I'm a servant who watches over the inspiration hall for Goddess Jichen. It's been almost 1,000,000 years. There are so many people here this time. The old man smiled. Inspiration hall? Rumor has it that there are 500 heavenly Tao inspirations inside. Meng Wanruo was surprised. Yes, the inspiration hall is nearby. If you are interested, you can follow me. There are already many friends gathered there. The old man smiled. Meng Wanruo looked at Yang Chuan. Benevolence, old man? Haha, why haven't I heard of you before? Yang Chuan asked curiously. Before coming, Yang Chuan had read a lot of information about the inspiration weave. He knew that there was an inspiration hall that had disappeared. However, he had never heard of Benevolence, old man. I'm just a servant who watches over the inspiration hall. How could anyone have heard of a servant? Haha, everyone, do you want to go? Benevolence, old man smiled. Yes. Yang Chuan nodded. Then follow me. Benevolence, old man led the way. The group quickly circled around the huge sun and arrived at the top of the sun. There was a planet at the top. Benevolence, old man led Yang Chuan's group and went straight to the planet. The journey was peaceful. However, Yang Chuan noticed something unusual. There were some heavenly demon kings around the sun. These powerful heavenly demon kings had some intelligence. They glanced at Benevolence, old man from afar and their eyes were filled with fear. Fear! Yang Chuan looked at Benevolence, old man solemnly. Ding 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 ding. Not far from the planet, they could hear a lot of zither music. Zither music. Meng Wanruo was delighted. The dragon carriage flew away with the group. Benevolence, old man turned into a stream of light and rushed to a huge mountain in the distance. The huge mountain was cut in half to form a huge plaza. On the plaza, thousands of women were sitting. These women were all practicing zither music. Around them, there were many mountains. Similarly, there were many women gathered. They were waiting patiently. Rong rong. Meng Wanruo was delighted. On the plaza, Meng Wanruo saw the woman playing the zither in the distance. One of them was Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong closed her eyes and seemed to be immersed in the zither music. When Yang Chuan saw Meng Rongrong, his serious face showed a relaxed smile. He looked at the surrounding mountains. At this moment, many women were waiting patiently. At the same time, there were also some men. Apparently, they were also knowledgeable people. Yang Chuan recognized one of them. It was Dugu Batian, who defeated Dog God that day and was the first to rush in. Dugu Batian occupied an entire mountain by himself. When he saw Yang Chuan and the others, he raised his eyebrows slightly. However, he focused on the thousands of women playing the zither in the plaza again. Yang Chuan stopped at the top of a mountain. Soon, a woman in red flew over. It was Meng Wanruo's wife, Su Sanyang. Greetings, Sage King. Su Sanyang bowed respectfully. Sanyang, Why are you here? Meng Wanruo asked curiously. More than a year ago, we went around the spiritual sense realm for more than 10 days and met Old Man Baishan. He was the one who led us here. Su Sanyang said. Oh. Yang Chuan's expression changed slightly. He looked at Old Man Baishan in the plaza. Old Man Baishan can split into many bodies and go to different places. Su Sanyang explained. What are they doing? Yang Chuan pointed at the thousands of women playing the zither. Old Man Baishan's zither Dao is very strong. He is teaching everyone more and more zither Dao. I tried to learn it, but I couldn't keep up with their rhythm, so I stopped. Su Sanyang explained. Learn the zither? Meng Wanruo asked curiously. Yes, Old Man Baishan said that only those who have reached the heaven-shaking realm in zither Dao can get a pass to enter the spiritual sense palace. Moreover, Old Man Baishan is teaching everyone the zither with sincerity. He is teaching them some unprecedented zither Dao, so they are willing to learn. Su Sanyang explained. Pass. Pass to enter the spiritual sense palace? Yang Chuan was surprised. Su Sanyang nodded. These people who came later didn't disturb us. Su Sanyang pointed at Dugu Batian and the others. Then why didn't Old Man Baishan play the zither himself? Yang Chuan was puzzled. Old Man Baishan doesn't have a physical body. He looks more like a projection. He can't play the zither. He can only give guidance. Su Sanyang said. Oh. Yang Chuan was even more puzzled. He looked at Old Man Baishan who was teaching everyone the zither. Old Man Baishan suddenly stopped everyone. I think you all understand that it is difficult for you to improve your zither skills in a short time. Please stop and let this female cultivator continue to learn the zither. What do you think? You can watch from the side. How much you can learn will depend on your luck. Old Man Baishan said politely. The thousands of women stood up and bowed respectfully to Old Man Baishan. Thank you for your guidance. No problem, hihi. Old Man Baishan laughed. The women flew to the mountains in all directions. Only Meng Rongrong stayed. Yang Chuan's expression was serious. Countless cultivators were also staring at them. Old Man Baishan looked kindly at Meng Rongrong and said, Cultivator, you are the person with the strongest comprehension of zither Dao I have ever seen. Thank you for your guidance. Meng Rongrong said politely. Haha, this is your good fortune. I won't say much. Zither Dao moves the heavens. You are still lacking a bit. I will teach you the Taishang Inspiration chapter. This was created by a friend of mine in the past. He lost a bet to me. How many years has it been? I wonder if he is still alive. Hee. Old Man Baishan laughed. Thank you. Meng Rongrong said gratefully. Old Man Baishan waved his hand. Golden words appeared in the void. As soon as the words appeared, countless fragrances appeared. Traces of solemn aura were emitted. Countless cultivators quickly recorded these words. Only a true zither Dao genius can understand this. Taishang Inspiration Chapter. Cultivator, quickly read it. Old Man Baishan laughed. Yes. Meng Rongrong quickly read it. Not far away, Yang Chuan squinted his eyes. Taishang Inspiration Chapter? Wasn't this created by one of the 3 clear sages of the Great Thousand World? Taishang made a bet with Old Man Baishan? And he lost. Was this Old Man Baishan really just a guard of the spiritual perception palace? Chapter 1155. Exalted Inspiration. Everyone could feel the profoundness of the technique. Ang. Dragon Fifth's eyes flashed with excitement. The 7 demons beside him also felt the same. This Old Man Baishan is indeed a good person. What a profound technique, he actually made it public. Dragon Fifth nodded. It was rare for the 2 of them to have the same opinion. Everyone silently noted it down, including Dugu Batian who was far away. Just this one piece alone made everyone feel that this trip was not in vain. Yang Chuan stared at Old Man Baishan. Old Man Baishan looked at Meng Rongrong with a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Fellow Daoist, I see that your comprehension of the zither is very high. You will definitely be able to comprehend it. Move the heavens with your zither, and you will not have another chance in 15 days. You must comprehend it. Old Man Bai Shan said. 15 days? Meng Rongrong asked curiously. Yes, within 15 days, move the heavens with your zither, and the heavens and earth will grant you a certificate to enter the spiritual senses hall. After 15 days, you will not have another chance. So you must be quick. Old Man Bai Shan said. Meng Rongrong's eyes flashed with a hint of curiosity, but she finally nodded. Old Man Bai Shan stood at the side with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. 15 days. Yang Chuan squinted his eyes. According to Goddess Ji Chen's request, men could only enter this world after 15 days. Goddess Ji Chen's request seemed to make all men miss the chance to enter the spiritual senses hall. Why? Isn't this Goddess Ji Chen's training ground? Why did she have to make it so complicated? Meng Rongrong's comprehension of the zither was indeed high. In just 5 days, her zither had already reached an extremely high level. Under the sound of the zither, the surroundings lit up, and celestial music floated in the air. Countless celestial cranes circled the area. Countless cultivators were intoxicated by the sound of the zither. Not enough, not enough. Old Man Bai Shan's eyes flashed with anxiety. Fellow Daoist, the exalted inspiration was created by the exalted in remembrance of his beloved. The zither contains infinite love. Do you have a lover? Think of him playing the zither. Old Man Bai Shan explained patiently. True love. Meng Rongrong closed her eyes. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind. It was a figure that Meng Rongrong loved and hated. Ding, 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 dong, dong, dong. The sound of the guqin suddenly became lingering. In an instant, the sound of the guqin seemed to be filled with infinite beauty. Many female shouja suddenly became intoxicated, closing their eyes to feel the emotional fluctuations at this moment. The sound of the zither affected the emotions of most people. In the distance, Dugu Batian had been listening with great appreciation, but his expression suddenly changed. He immediately formed a barrier around himself to block the sound. At the same time, Dugu Batian looked at Meng Rongrong in shock. Emotions. The sound of the zither could control people's emotions. If he were to lose control of his emotions in battle, wouldn't he be done for? The sound of the zither lingered on. Roar. Ah. Roar. Under the sound of the zither, countless sky demons around the sun were suddenly attracted. They seemed to be intoxicated by the sound of Meng Rongrong's zither and flew towards Meng Rongrong. The group of sky demons came. Old Man Bai Shan turned his head and looked at the group of sky demons. Who? Countless sky demons suddenly woke up and looked at Old Man Bai Shan in horror. They immediately fled towards the sun. Many people did not care, but Yang Chuan clearly saw this scene. This Old Man Bai Shan was not simple. Rumble. Finally, the sky and earth changed. Above Meng Rongrong's head, countless 7-colored clouds suddenly appeared. The 7-colored clouds became more and more, and the multicolored light shone down on Meng Rongrong, who was bathed in the center. The zither moves the heavens, auspicious signs descend. Old Man Bai Shan said excitedly. Boom. Suddenly, a golden light rushed towards Meng Rongrong, interrupting Meng Rongrong's zither playing. A golden light ball stopped in front of Meng Rongrong. Ding. The zither stopped. This is. Meng Rongrong was surprised. Around them, countless experts looked at them anxiously. Boom. Under the auspicious light, a vast golden palace suddenly appeared not far away. The palace was majestic, tens of thousands of feet tall. On top of the palace, there was a huge plaque. Inspiration Palace. Someone read out in surprise. Inspiration Palace. This is the Inspiration Palace. At the same time, everyone was surprised to find that this Inspiration Palace was illusory. It was as if it was transparent. The door of the palace opened, but they could not see inside. Inspiration Palace. Someone shouted in surprise and quickly rushed towards the Inspiration Palace. Who? With a pounce, he pounced on empty air. What's going on? Is this just a projection? How can this be a projection? Where is the Inspiration Palace? Countless cultivators, who had pounced on nothing, immediately shouted in surprise. However, Most of them suddenly looked at the golden light ball in front of Meng Rongrong. The pass to enter the Inspiration Palace? Dugu Batian squinted his eyes. In the distance, Meng Rongrong reached out to grab the golden light ball. When she touched it, she screamed, "Ah!" Meng Rongrong retracted her hand in pain. "Hey!" The surrounding cultivators, who were about to rush up to snatch it, paused. Whoosh! Yang Chuan immediately approached and looked at Old Man Bai Shan with a sharp gaze. You! Meng Rongrong shouted in surprise when she saw Yang Chuan. Meng Rongrong had been immersed in the zither these days and did not notice Yang Chuan's arrival. Yang Chuan's sudden appearance caused Meng Rongrong to lose her head out of fear. Old Man Bai Shan? What is this? Why does Meng Rongrong's divine soul hurt when she touches it? Yang Chuan looked coldly at Old Man Bai Shan. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that it was not the pass? It's none of your business. Meng Rongrong suddenly shouted. Yang Chuan ignored her and looked coldly at Old Man Bai Shan. Meng Rongrong, who was at the side, pouted like a little wife who had been bullied. Old Man Bai Shan smiled bitterly and said, "This is the pass to enter the Inspiration Palace. However, this fellow cultivator is a woman and it is inconvenient for her to take it." Oh! Everyone was puzzled. In the Inspiration Palace, the 500 heavenly Tao's Tao guides correspond to the heavenly Tao of Yang. This pass is pure Yang and female is Yin. Therefore, this pass will repel and burn the divine soul. If a man takes it, this will not happen. Old Man Bai Shan explained. Pure Yang pass? Everyone was confused. Only men can enter the Inspiration Palace. Women can't enter. Goddess Ji Chen's request in the past was not to let people in. Why? I hid something from you. Women can't enter the Inspiration Palace. I'm sorry. Old Man Bai Shan smiled bitterly at Meng Rongrong. No, Senior, you don't have to say that. I have to thank you. Because of you, I was able to learn the Inspiration chapter, Meng Rongrong said immediately. All the female cultivators nodded. Although they could not enter, they had gained a lot. Although you can't enter, you can give the pass to others and let them enter, Old Man Bai Shan said. Meng Rongrong's expression changed and she suddenly looked at Yang Chuan. Fellow cultivator, I'm willing to exchange an ancient immortal weapon for your pass. Fellow cultivator, I'm willing to exchange 3 ancient immortal weapons for your pass. Fellow cultivator. Suddenly, the voices of the cultivators came from all around. Fellow cultivator, I'm a disciple of the Dugu family. Give me your pass and the Dugu family will give you an ancestral immortal weapon, Dugu Batian suddenly said. Ancestral immortal weapon? The expressions of the experts in the surroundings were complicated. Old Man Bai Shan did not say anything and stood aside. Yang Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Here you are. Meng Rongrong did not look at the others and handed the pass to Yang Chuan. It was as if she did not hear what the others said. Yang Chuan stared at Meng Rongrong and a trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes. Didn't you hear what I said? Dugu Baishan's eyes were filled with anger. He was angered by Meng Rongrong's casual expression. Yang Chuan and Meng Rongrong ignored him. From now on, you and I don't owe each other anything. Meng Rongrong bit her lips and said. Don't owe each other anything? Really? Yang Chuan shook his head and said. Meng Rongrong's face turned pale. She looked at Yang Chuan and her heart was filled with both love and hate. She felt so sad. Don't think too much. Let time prove it. Yang Chuan said gently. Millimeter. Meng Rongrong nodded. Yang Chuan reached out and grabbed the golden pass. In the distance, Dugu Baishan's expression changed and said, Stop. Sheeing. A purple sword light pierced towards Yang Chuan. Wang Jian's blood-red sword light collided with it. Boom. The void shook violently. Wang Jian's sword blocked Dugu Batian. Millimeter. Dugu Baishan's face darkened. Take another step and I won't be polite. Wang Jian said coldly. HMPH, sword? My Dugu family is the #1 sword art in the world. At the same time, no ancient immortal is my opponent. Dugu Batian shouted coldly. As he spoke, Dugu Batian slashed at Wang Jian again. Sword River. Above the void, a huge sword light suddenly appeared, accompanied by rolling sword chi, tilted towards Wang Jian. Killing wave. The rolling blood-red sword chi rushed towards Dugu Baishan's sword river. Rumble. In an instant, the two of them started fighting. The void storm raged, and for a moment, sand and stones flew. The two of them seemed to have considered the spiritual perception palace under their feet and deliberately avoided it. Boom. 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 As Dugu Batian and Wang Jian fought, 3 heavenly Dao suddenly appeared and surrounded Yang Chuan's group. 3 Dao gods. Meng Wenruo's face darkened. The 3 experts each had a heavenly Dao. At this moment, they were staring at the pass, and at the same time, they seemed to be afraid of each other and did not give way to each other. In the distance, Wang Jian and Dugu Batian were both experts in the sword, and it was difficult to determine the winner. What a fierce killing intent, Dugu Batian said in a low voice. Wang Jian's killing intent surged towards Dugu Batian, and the powerful Dugu Batian was suppressed and forced to retreat. Impossible. No one in the same realm as me is a match for my sword skills. Dugu Baishan's sword. Dugu Batian suddenly turned to the river. 9 huge sword lights suddenly appeared around Dugu Batian, and the purple sword chi storm suddenly increased by 10 times and suppressed Wang Jian. There were 3 other Dao gods in the surroundings who were ready to make a move. Yang Chuan's eyes turned cold, and he did not want to delay any longer. World suppressing. A huge coffin fell from the sky and pressed towards Dugu Batian. Boom. The void seemed to be squashed, and Dugu Baishan's 9 purple sword lights suddenly exploded. Boom. The world-suppressing coffin smashed Dugu Batian into the star. A huge pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Whoosh. The huge coffin suddenly flew towards Yang Chuan's palm. At the huge pit, Dugu Batian was lying on the ground, and his body was covered in blood. Despicable person, you sneak attacked me, Dugu Batian shouted weakly. As he spoke, Dugu Batian did not dare to stay any longer. He weakly grabbed his sword and fled in a direction. How unlucky. Dugu Batian never thought that there would be a day when he would be defeated and flee. He was so direct. He was Dugu Batian. The 3 Dao gods surrounding Yang Chuan paused. They originally wanted to snatch the proof, but they hesitated. What a disgrace to the Dugu clan. Yang Chuan did not chase after them. Roar. Roar. The 2 huge dragons suddenly stepped forward, and 2 heavenly Dao appeared. The 3 Dao gods surrounding Yang Chuan changed their expressions. Impossible, these 2 dragons are Dao gods. Someone exclaimed. Dao gods pulling the chariot? Dugu Batian has killed several Dao gods, but he was defeated by 1 strike? Exclamations came from all around. The 3 Dao gods were petrified for a while, and they immediately dispersed their heavenly Dao. The 2 dragons also dispersed their heavenly Dao. At this time, no one dared to snatch the proof anymore. Baishan Elder smiled slightly, and a wisp of wisdom flashed in his eyes. Miao, what is the Dugu clan? What the hell? Miao said disdainfully. Yang Chuan looked at the spiritual senses palace not far away. Miao, wait for me outside. Yang Chuan said to Miao, who was on his shoulder. Miao, Yang Chuan, I also want to go in. I want to feel something I want. Miao whispered to Yang Chuan. Oh. Yang Chuan looked at Miao curiously. Miao nodded. I will go in first, and then I will summon you. Yang Chuan said. Miao. Miao nodded happily. I am going in, Yang Chuan said to Meng Rongrong. En. Meng Rongrong nodded. Yang Chuan looked at Baishan Elder again. Yang Chuan understood that Baishan Elder was not as amiable as he looked on the surface. However, Yang Chuan must enter the spiritual senses palace. Protect Rongrong. Yang Chuan said to everyone. Yes. Wang Jian answered. Yang Chuan grabbed the proof and squeezed it lightly. Wang. The proof suddenly merged with Yang Chuan's body. Immediately, Yang Chuan's body emitted a dazzling golden light. The moment the golden light covered his body, Yang Chuan felt that the surroundings were not normal. It was as if there was a different space in front of him, and there was a space barrier that prevented people from touching it. However, when the golden light entered his body, Yang Chuan touched the space barrier. He walked forward and stepped into the different space. A majestic palace appeared in front of Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan stepped into the palace. Boom! Everyone watched as the doors to the palace slammed shut the moment Yang Chuan entered. Not far away, Bai Shan Elder's eyes flashed. At the same time, he clenched his fists tightly, as if he was very excited. That little girl Jichen also wants to stop it. This is fate, how can you stop it? Take it, take the Tao guidance inside. Bai Shan Elder's face revealed a trace of excitement. At this time, rings of light appeared under Miao's feet. Her figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. She was summoned into the spiritual senses palace by Yang Chuan. Chapter 1156. Inside the spiritual perception palace, Yang Chuan stood quietly in the center of the hall. Miao was suddenly summoned and appeared on Yang Chuan's shoulder. Miao. Miao looked around in surprise. This was a majestic hall that was tens of thousands of feet tall. There were 500 huge pillars in the hall. The pillar emitted an extremely beautiful radiance. The top of the hall was like a starry sky, with countless stars faintly visible. However, the bottom of the hall was pitch black, like the entrance to a huge black hole. Within the black hole, there seemed to be an extremely evil aura that was being sucked in by the 500 pillars. 500 heavenly Tao's Tao induction? Gather in one place. Is this the main hub of the world of inspiration? Yang Chuan's expression changed. These pillars are Tao guides? Miao asked curiously. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes and said, the spiritual perception realm was created by a certain great divine ability. It replicated the 500 heavenly Taos of the outside world to form a realm of its own. As long as this realm is broken, the 500 heavenly Tao's replicas will disperse. Miao. 500 copies of the heavenly Tao? Create a world of its own? How did you know? Miao asked in surprise. Because I've opened one before. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Miao. You must be bragging. Miao Miao looked at Yang Chuan in surprise. Yang Chuan gently shook his head. Looking at the 500 Tao inducements, Yang Chuan pondered for a moment and said, the Tao inducements here can trigger 500 heavenly Tao replicas. If I take them, the spiritual perception realm will have a flaw. Miao, but I have a feeling that these Tao inducements are prepared for me. Miao turned its head and asked curiously. Then take it. Yang Chuan smiled faintly. Ah! Tao induction is not the heavenly Tao. After collecting it, it will take an extremely long time and countless opportunities to deduce the heavenly Tao. Others need a long time, but you, perhaps. Yang Chuan looked at Miao with a strange expression. Perhaps what? Miao was confused. It's nothing. I've found the Tao inducement that I want. Wait for me to collect it, then you can collect the others. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Okay. Miao nodded. As soon as Yang Chuan entered the main hall, the cyan heavenly Tao in his Shinting acupoint began to tremble incessantly. He guided Yang Chuan to a green pillar not far away. That was the Tao guidance that Yang Chuan needed. Fortunately, Yang Chuan had found it. He walked up to the pillar. Yang Chuan reached out to touch it. Whoosh! The azure heavenly Tao in his Shinting acupoint suddenly produced a suction force that sucked the pillar in. The green pillar suddenly disappeared. Rumble! Yang Chuan stood still in the main hall. In his Shinting acupoint, the cyan heavenly Tao was trembling incessantly. As it trembled, the countless cracks on the heavenly Tao were slowly mending and recovering. I need to deduce for a while. You go and collect the others, Yang Chuan said. Miao. Miao excitedly jumped toward the Tao guidance. In the outside world, countless experts stared at the spiritual perception palace. They didn't know what benefits Yang Chuan had obtained after entering. Behind the crowd, old man Bai Shan was also clenching his fists. Collect it, collect it, collect it. Old man Bai Shan's eyes were filled with anxiety. The moment Yang Chuan extracted the cyan Tao guidance. Boom tilde 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 tilde. A loud sound suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. The loud sound reverberated through the entire spiritual perception world. Countless cultivators suddenly looked at the sky in astonishment. They didn't know where the thunder came from. Old Man Baishan was ecstatic. I finally collected it. This world's heavenly Tao has finally become a rootless duckweed. A part of the 500 heavenly Tao that merged into one was finally separated. 1.5 million years, 1.5 million years. Old Man Baishan was so ecstatic that he was about to cry. Along with this loud bang, a loud sound was heard. Not far away, the sun that was surrounded by countless heavenly demons suddenly let out a loud sound. Boom. Many people turned their heads to look, only to see that a crack had appeared on the vast sun. A crack can appear on the sun? Countless cultivators were surprised. Old Man Baishan looked at the crack and his eyes flashed with surprise. The head of the 1,000 suns, the Cyan Heavenly Tao? This person is really lucky. The first Tao guidance to be collected is the Cyan Heavenly Tao. Among the 3,000 Heavenly Tao, the Cyan Heavenly Tao is one of the most difficult to comprehend. Back then, that bitch Xuanmiao was only able to mobilize this Heavenly Tao because of a special reason. Old Man Baishan was surprised, but it was quickly replaced by excitement. As Miao collected the Tao guidance, more and more thunderous sounds were heard. Boom, 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 boom. Loud sounds were heard. Above the sun not far away, more and more cracks appeared. Old Man Baishan was ecstatic. This person is really greedy. She actually wants to collect all the Tao guidance. Who do you think you are? A sage. Even a sage can't comprehend all of them. Ha ha ha, collect it, collect it. 500 heavenly Tao clones gathered together. Now that they are scattered by your attacks, there are more and more flaws in this world. Ha ha ha. Old Man Baishan's face revealed a sinister expression. No one would have thought that the originally kind Old Man Baishan's face was now distorted and sinister. A strong resentment was emitted from his face. Old Man Baishan looked at the huge sun and the countless cracks above it. Old Man Baishan's eyes revealed a sinister expression. Suddenly, he drew a line in the sky. Boom. In the void, a huge crack appeared. On the other side of the crack, endless heavenly demons gathered. Come out quickly. Old Man Baishan shouted into the crack. Boom. Endless heavenly demons rolled out from all directions. The surrounding cultivators' faces suddenly changed. Old Man Baishan stared at the heavenly demons. Gradually, the countless heavenly demons scattered in all directions. Slowly, a figure wearing a black robe appeared. This was also a heavenly demon. However, it looked much more solid. It emitted a strong aura. Countless heavenly demons bowed respectfully to this black-robed figure. Blackthorn Heavenly Demon God, under your command, destroy the sun. The sun has collapsed, destroy it for me. Old Man Baishan revealed a sinister expression. Yes. The black-robed figure replied. Then, under his command, the rolling heavenly demons rushed towards the sun. They rushed towards the cracks in the sun as if they were risking their lives to perish together. Boom. The sun emitted a series of explosions. However, the heavenly demons did not hesitate and rushed forward without any regard for their lives. Around the sun, more and more heavenly demons gathered. They rolled towards the sun. The surrounding cultivators were also taken care of by the heavenly demons. Countless heavenly demons rushed towards the crowd. Old Man Baishan turned his head and glanced at the spiritual perception palace. He revealed a trace of an excited smile. Then, he turned into a stream of light and shot towards the spiritual perception realm below. The sun was ultimately too far away from the ground. Countless cultivators on the ground below heard the loud sounds. Although they noticed that there was a problem, they did not know what the problem was. What they saw in the sky was still the bright moon. However, with the continuous loud sounds, the moon seemed to be dimming. 10 days later, at the entrance of the spiritual perception realm, whoosh, whoosh, figures came in from the outside world. More and more cultivators rushed in. At the entrance, there were also many people waiting. A white-robed man entered. Immediately, a black-robed man rushed up. Master, quickly, we found it. The peerless godly weapon has appeared. Also, we found Goddess Ji Chen's grave. Quickly. The black-robed man shouted excitedly. The white-robed man's eyes lit up. Is that so? Where is it? North, north. Many people went there. Many strong cultivators went there. However, the peerless godly weapon is too strong. No one got it. Master, we still have a chance. The black-robed man said excitedly. Good, good, let's go. The white-robed man said excitedly. At this moment, Old Man Baishan appeared at the entrance of the spiritual perception realm. This was a huge black hole. The black hole led to the outside world. Old Man Baishan smiled coldly. Xuanmiao, you bitch? It's useless. Ha ha ha, everything has its own destiny. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Suddenly, at the entrance, countless sky demons appeared and quickly occupied the entrance. What? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Just as that person exclaimed, a sky demon rushed into that man's body. Wang. The man trembled and stopped moving. Master, what happened to you? Someone at the side exclaimed. Sky demon entered the body. Not good, it's a sky demon. Let's go. No, I have to wait for my master. It's useless. It depends on your master's will. If your master's will can block the sky demon, then it's fine. If not, what if he can't block it? Just as the two of them were anxious, the man who was invaded by the sky demon suddenly bled from his 7 orifices and fell to the ground. Master, don't go. Let's go. Your master is dead. The sky demon has confused his mind. Your master's soul must have scattered. What a terrifying sky demon. They have condensed into a physical body. Let's go. If not, we'll die. Countless sky demons appeared. Everyone fled in panic. Old Man Baishan smiled and said, look carefully. You can only enter and not leave. Roar, the group of Skyfians kept shouting. Old Man Baishan smiled. Then, he followed the cultivators to the north. North, where Goddess Ji Chen's tomb was. 10 days ago, high in the sky, thousands of sky demons devoured the sun. Countless sky demons sacrificed their lives to perish together with the sun. At the same time, countless heavenly demons were heading towards the countless cultivators on the star. Roar. The sky demons rushed over. Not good. Run. Help. No. The sky demons did not have a physical body. Weapons and treasures could not even touch their bodies. Even the protective chi of the cultivators could not stop the sky demons. In an instant, countless cultivators were attacked. More cultivators fled in panic. Wang Jian, Meng Rongrong, Meng Wanruo, and the others' faces changed. Dragon Fifth and the 7 fiends' eyes were also filled with fear. Roar. Dragon Fifth was anxious. Damn it. There are so many sky demons and sky demon gods. I don't want to die. I'm still a virgin. 7 demons said in despair. Chapter 1157. Hall of Inspiration. Yang Chuan stood in the center of the hall and deduced the green heavenly Tao according to the Tao induction. The Tao induction only contained a rough outline of the heavenly Tao. However, the heavenly Tao was not just an outline. It contained endless laws and rules. The heaven-devouring Tao scripture was already at the 8th level. The heavenly Tao had a rough shape, but it was still lacking. There were countless cracks. These were the incomplete laws and laws. What Yang Chuan was doing now was to make up for them perfectly. Those who mended the heavens were blessed by the heavenly Tao. Every mender was a Tao god who understood the heavenly Tao the best. The height Yang Chuan reached in his previous life had already determined Yang Chuan's ability. Deducing? For others, it might take a long time. However, for Yang Chuan, who had already completed half of the heavenly Tao, it did not take long. Boom. Boom around Yang Chuan, layers and layers of green light surged. In the Heavens Hall meridian, the cracks on the green heavenly Tao were recovering rapidly. The cracks were decreasing. The green light around Yang Chuan was also increasing. Miao. Miao had already collected all the Tao induction. At this moment, It looked at Yang Chuan tiredly as if it was really tired. Its eyes were drowsy. Then, it curled up and fell asleep at Yang Chuan's feet. Rumble. Waves of green light burst out from Yang Chuan's body. 1 day, 10 days, 1 month. Finally, 1 month later. Boom. Yang Chuan's heaven's hall meridian suddenly burst out with thousands of green lights. The green lights instantly lit up the entire hall. Yang Chuan's aura seemed to have become much more sacred. In the outside world, there was a sudden explosion. Then, rays of light shot up to the sky from all directions. Celestial music floated in the air. Countless figures of divine beasts and immortal birds danced in the sky. There were countless auspicious signs. All the cultivators in the world looked up at the sky. East Sea Dragon Palace. A group of dragon kings saw the celestial phenomenon and flew towards the Crystal Palace. Outside the Crystal Palace, the Dragon Emperor looked up at the sky. An auspicious sign descending from the heavens, a celebration for the whole world. Someone else added another heavenly Tao. The Dragon Emperor took a deep breath. West Outer Continent. Great Jew Heavenly Court, Taiji Palace. Wu Jiao, who was wearing a dragon robe, was in the middle of a court meeting. Suddenly, the world rumbled. Wu Jiong flung his sleeves and looked at the sky with a glint in his eyes. Then, his pupils turned golden. In his golden eyes, Wu Jiong saw a green illusion of the heavenly way slowly appear. As soon as the cyan heavenly Tao appeared, hundreds of heavenly Taos appeared. The leader of the 1,000 suns? Qing Tian Tao? Wu Jiong narrowed his eyes. Middle Heaven Continent, outside a hall. Zhao Arfang raised his head to look at the sky. With a stretch of his hand, a wheel appeared in front of him. Zhao Arfang quickly calculated. After calculating for a while, Zhao Arfang suddenly revealed an excited smile. Qing Tian Tao? Husband, you've succeeded. Zhao Arfang said excitedly. In the 9 continents of the mortal realm and the 6 continents of the netherworld, countless powerhouses looked up at the sky. Yang Chuan was in the Inspiration Palace. At this moment, he was surrounded by merit that came out of nowhere. Endless merit poured into Yang Chuan's glabella. With the successful mending of the heavens, all the heavenly Taos generously bestowed a large amount of merit to Yang Chuan. Buzz. Yang Chuan opened his eyes. 2 beams of light appeared in his eyes. The heaven-devouring Tao scripture has finally been perfected. Qing Tian Tao? The leader of the 1,000 suns? Unfortunately, mending the heavens cannot break through the shackles of the ancestral immortals. Yang Chuan took a deep breath. Oh! Yang Chuan looked at his feet. Miao curled up at his feet and fell asleep. With a smile, Yang Chuan picked up Miao and walked to the entrance of the Inspiration Palace. Outside the Inspiration Palace. Ding 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 ding, dong 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 dong. The sound of a zither echoed. Meng Rongrong's zither continued to play. Nearly 10,000 cultivators surrounded the dragon carriage. Outside, there were many corpses on the ground. More and more heavenly demons surrounded them, making the surroundings impenetrable. Fortunately, Meng Rongrong's zither Tao was powerful. Waves of sound techniques were released, and countless heavenly demons immediately turned against them. They blocked the advance of countless heavenly demons. However, there were too many heavenly demons. The circle around them was getting smaller and smaller. Meng Rongrong's forehead was sweating, as if she could not hold on any longer. The 7 fiends, Dragon Fifth, and 3 other Tao gods quickly supported the heavenly Taos. They blocked the heavenly demons' advance. We can't. Sage King, come out. The 7 fiends cried out anxiously. Rumble. The zither's resistance against the heavenly demons was getting weaker and weaker. In other words, the heavenly demons were getting stronger and stronger. Boom. There was a loud bang from the distant sun, and more cracks appeared. The originally scorching sun seemed to have dimmed a lot in an instant. Standing in the void, the Black Thorn Fiend Celestial looked at the sun coldly. Well done. Continue, destroy the sun of this world. The Black Thorn Fiend Celestial said in a deep voice. With that, the Black Thorn Fiend Celestial suddenly looked at the people in front of the Inspiration Palace who were resisting. Whoosh. The Black Thorn Fiend Celestial arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Wang Jian dashed forward instantly. Boom! Around Wang Jian, billowing murderous aura erupted. The blood-red murderous aura surged towards the heavenly demons, and countless heavenly demons retreated. The Black Thorn Fiend Celestial looked at Wang Jian and was silent for a while. Murderous aura? I feel that your power is incompatible with this world. Because of this incompatibility, you are unable to unleash your power perfectly. Wang Jian looked coldly at the Black Thorn Fiend Celestial and said, "The laws of heaven and earth are in conflict with me, but my murderous aura will not be in conflict." The heavenly demon of the weakest world. Do you want to try? The weakest world? Haha, everyone thinks that this world is the weakest world. However, who would know that this is the first world to be born in Wuji? Young man, you are still too young, the Black Thorn Fiend Celestial said in a deep voice. Young man? Ha 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 ha. Wang Jian laughed disdainfully. One day, you'll understand. Your murderous aura is indeed ruthless, and you might really be able to hurt me. It is not that I am afraid of you, but I have more important things to do. This time, I will spare your lives, the Black Thorn Fiend Celestial said indifferently. After speaking, the Black Thorn Fiend Celestial waved his hand. Boom! Countless heavenly demons immediately scattered in all directions. Countless cultivators' faces relaxed as a feeling of escaping death filled their bodies. All of them laughed excitedly. Spare our lives. Who dares to be so arrogant? Suddenly, a cold shout came from behind Wang Jian. Ha! Everyone looked over and saw that the Hall of Inspiration had opened. Yang Chuan walked out slowly with a sleeping kitten in one hand. Yang Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as he looked coldly at the Black Thorn Fiend Celestial. Greetings to the Sage King, Wang Jian and Meng Wanruo said respectfully. The Black Thorn Fiend Celestial also turned to look at Yang Chuan. Clearly, he was surprised by the sudden appearance of this hothead. The surrounding cultivators' hearts were in their throats. They hoped that Yang Chuan would not anger the Black Thorn Fiend Celestial. However, why would Yang Chuan care about other people's thoughts? He took a step forward, and a powerful aura slowly pressed towards the heavenly demon. Do you want to die? The Black Thorn Fiend Celestial asked coldly. It's not that I want to die. It's you who wants to die. You, who are neither human nor ghost, are qualified to say that you will spare my life. Yang Chuan said coldly. Humph. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Black Thorn Fiend Celestial shouted. With a wave of his hand, the surging heavenly demons suddenly charged towards Yang Chuan. This time, there were more than 10 million of them. The surroundings were instantly dyed black by these heavenly demons. The horrifying heavenly demons charged towards Yang Chuan. Meng Rongrong's expression changed. No. However, it was too late to play the zither. Under the control of the heavenly demon, the heavenly demons were several times faster. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Yang Chuan. However, Yang Chuan's eyes turned cold. Green heavenly Dao. Yang Chuan shouted coldly. Wang. From Yang Chuan's body, a green heavenly Dao suddenly appeared and spread in all directions. Once the green heavenly Dao appeared, endless heat rushed towards the heavenly demons. Ah! Roar! The heavenly demons that were touched by the green heavenly Dao were incinerated. In an instant, 10 million heavenly demons were incinerated. The green heavenly Dao was still spreading to the outside world. As it spread, all the heavenly demons that came into contact with it were incinerated. The extreme yang qi was many times more intense than the yang qi of the sun not far away. Oh no! The heavenly demon suddenly shouted. Boom! The heavenly Dao exploded at an extremely terrifying speed. In an instant, it swept across countless stars in all directions. With this spread, more than 90% of the heavenly demons were incinerated. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn was the focus of attention. He was suddenly knocked back more than 30,000 meters. The heavenly demon god Blackthorn stabilized himself. However, his arms were trembling violently. He looked at Yang Chuan in shock. Yang Chuan stood in front of everyone. At this moment, all the cultivators looked at Yang Chuan in shock. It can't be, right? Everyone could not resist the heavenly demons. Why did these heavenly demons look like ashes in front of Yang Chuan? Green heavenly Tao? The head of the 1,000 suns? Wasn't it destroyed? The heavenly demon god Black Thorn shouted in horror. I do not reject the heavenly demons. However, as a heavenly demon, you must be clear about your position. The heavenly demons are just tools for cultivators to prove their Tao hearts. You can't do whatever you want in the world. The heavenly demon world is where you belong, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. The heavenly demon god Black Thorn fell silent. Let's go, Yang Chuan said to everyone. Everyone nodded. Although Meng Rongrong was a little conflicted, she still boarded Yang Chuan's dragon carriage. Let's go, Wang Jian shouted. The dragon carriage carried Yang Chuan and his group and left quickly. When the other cultivators saw that Yang Chuan and his group were leaving, they immediately followed behind. They did not dare to stay. The surrounding cultivators left in a blink of an eye. The heavenly demon god Black Thorn silently watched Yang Chuan and his group leave. The heavenly demon god Black Thorn clenched his fists tightly. The heavenly demon world is where we belong. Ha ha ha, without the heavenly demon world, how could you exist? Temph, this world should belong to the heavenly demon world. The leader of the 1,000 suns? But the blazing sky demon? One day, I will beg the Lord to bestow the green heavenly Tao to me, the heavenly demon god Black Thorn said coldly. Roar. Ah. The surrounding heavenly demons slowly gathered. What are you looking at? Continue to destroy the sun. Go, the heavenly demon god Black Thorn shouted coldly. Countless heavenly demons immediately turned around and flew toward the sun in fear. The heavenly demon god Black Thorn turned around and commanded the countless heavenly demons to perish together with the sun. Chapter 1158. Zhenlong Dominion, Great Ju Sacred Court, Royal Palace. Sage monarch Pang Tianhe met a group of men in green. Greetings, seniors. It's my honor to have 5 Tao gods in my humble abode, Pang Tianhe said with a smile. The group of men in green nodded. The Azure Divine Monarch has instructed us to kill Bai Ditien. Where is he? The leader of the group, a man in green, asked. Pang Tianhe smiled faintly and said, Tao gods, it must have been tough for you to come all the way here. Rest for a while. I will send people to investigate quickly. Investigate quickly? Didn't you send a letter saying that you knew where Bai Ditien was? The leader of the group asked. Pang Tianhe smiled apologetically and said, Yes, I do know that Bai Ditien is in the Great Ju Sacred Court. However, I do not know where exactly. Seniors, the Azure Divine Monarch has requested to kill Bai Ditien, and I naturally do not dare to delay. However, if we rush over recklessly and scare Bai Ditien away, we will not be able to answer to the Azure Divine Monarch. The group of men in green thought for a while and nodded. After all, according to the information that Pang Tianhe had sent, Bai Ditien's strength was not ordinary. Although Bai Ditien could not defeat them, he might be able to escape. Everyone, please wait for a few days. After I have investigated everything, we will kill Bai Ditien. With 5 Tao gods, even if Bai Ditien is extremely powerful, he will not be able to escape death. Pang Tianhe said with a smile. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. I have arranged the best environment for everyone. Everyone, please, Pang Tianhe said with a smile. The group of formidable martial artists nodded. After making the arrangements, Pang Tianhe returned to the study alone. The Azure Divine Monarch only wants to kill Bai Ditien. Since he has sent 5 Tao gods, how can I not make good use of them? It is a pity that Yang Chuan's whereabouts have been unknown during this period. Pang Tianhe's expression darkened. Spiritual perception domain. The dragon carriage quickly headed towards the ground. 10 days later, the dragon carriage reached the ground. The cultivators following behind also gradually dispersed. Perhaps they could not keep up with Yang Chuan and disappeared. On the dragon carriage, Miao was still asleep. Wang Jian, Meng Wanruo, and Su Sanyang stood outside. Yang Chuan and Meng Rongrong were standing in the hall. Come back with me, Yang Chuan said softly. Meng Rongrong shook her head and said, "Didn't you say so? Let time prove that I'm not ready." Yang Chuan looked deeply at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong lowered her head, not daring to look into Yang Chuan's eyes. She retreated slightly. Sigh. Yang Chuan sighed softly. Hearing Yang Chuan's sigh, Meng Rongrong felt as if her heart was being squeezed. She bit her lip. "This is the last time. The next time we meet, you must come back with me," Yang Chuan suddenly said with a solemn expression. Yang Chuan was not good at talking about love. It was not that Yang Chuan did not understand love, but Yang Chuan's love was more restrained. "You're so domineering." Meng Rongrong pouted slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. "I'm not domineering, but I'm worried about you wandering outside." Yang Chuan shook his head. Because he was worried? Meng Rongrong's previous resentment disappeared by half. She no longer refuted. "Holy King, we're here." Wang Jian's voice came from outside the hall. Yang Chuan frowned slightly. Kwong. The door of the hall opened with a bang. Wang Jian, Meng Wanruo, and Su Sanyang stood respectfully outside the hall. "Wanruo, you and your wife will stay in Huanan continent for the time being," Yang Chuan said. "Yes." Meng Wanruo immediately understood. She looked at Meng Rongrong and did not say anything in the end. "Wang Jian, you will escort Meng Wanruo, Meng Rongrong, and Su Sanyang to the Eastern Territory. Come back when you're done." Yang Chuan looked at Wang Jian. "Yes." Wang Jian replied. Meng Rongrong looked at Yang Chuan with a complicated expression. She had mixed feelings for a moment. Yang Chuan had thought everything through. This inexplicable feeling made Meng Rongrong's nose ache. At this moment, Meng Rongrong wanted to throw everything away and throw herself into Yang Chuan's arms. The resentment in her heart seemed to fade as Yang Chuan made arrangements again and again. "Take care," Yang Chuan said gently. "Okay." Meng Rongrong bit her lip and nodded. The two of them walked out of the hall. This was the entrance to the spiritual perception realm. However, at this moment, there were countless demons flying around the entrance of the spiritual perception realm. Ah! Roar! Countless demons surrounded the spiritual perception realm. They saw the dragon carriage from afar. Boom! Thousands of heavenly demons charged at them. Yang Chuan stared. Buzz! A cyan heavenly Dao rushed over. Whoosh! More than half of the demons at the entrance of the spiritual perception realm were burned. For a moment, the other demons looked at Yang Chuan and the others in fear. "Has Old Man Bai Shan been here?" Meng Wanruo frowned. "Old Man Bai Shan, this person looks extraordinary. Something big might happen in the spiritual perception realm. You guys go first," Yang Chuan said to Meng Rongrong. "Then, what about you?" Meng Rongrong asked worriedly. "Me? In this spiritual perception realm, I am indebted to Goddess Ji Chen. I might not stop other things, but I will protect her corpse. I will not let those ungrateful people taint her corpse," Yang Chuan said solemnly. "Okay. Be careful." Meng Rongrong nodded. Yang Chuan watched as Wang Jian led the others out of the spiritual perception realm. In the blink of an eye, Yang Chuan was the only one left on the dragon carriage. The surrounding demons were afraid of Yang Chuan and did not dare to come forward. On the ground, more heavenly demons slowly emerged and blocked the entrance to the spiritual perception world. Old Man Bai Shan? Using demons to block the entrance, only allowing entry and not exit. Yang Chuan frowned and thought. "Ang! Holy King, Holy King!" The 7 fiends suddenly shouted. Yang Chuan looked at the 7 fiends. "Holy King, look at the corpses on the ground that were killed by the demons. They have all turned into dried corpses," the 7 fiends shouted. Yang Chuan also noticed the 7 fiends shout. The corpses on the ground seemed to have had their blood sucked out, but there were no wounds on their bodies. "It's the suction force from the ground. Holy King, I am a nether dragon, so I am more sensitive to the power of darkness. There is an evil force under the ground that incites the demons to suck out the blood of the corpses at the same time," the 7 fiends immediately said. "Under the ground? The power of darkness?" Yang Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly. "It's the evil yin force." However, it's still a far cry from the Holy King's way of the heavens. Holy King, I'm not bragging, but you're the strongest Taoist god I've ever seen. No one can compare to you. The 7 demons flattered. Ang. Dragon first looked at them with disdain. Disdain my ass. Are all the dragon kings from the East Sea Dragon Palace stupid? The 7 fiends looked at Dragon Fifth with disdain. Dragon Fifth was furious when he heard the 7 fiends criticizing the East Sea Dragon Palace. He pounced on the 7 fiends. Ang. The 7 fiends did not want to be outdone. The sound came from the north last time. Fly north. Yang Chuan said calmly. The 2 dragons immediately stopped fighting and obediently pulled the carriage towards the north. Yang Chuan ignored the 2 dragons. As the 2 dragons flew, they slandered each other. Along the way, Yang Chuan saw many dried corpses. Their blood was being sucked out by the ground. The number of demons on the ground seemed to be increasing. However, after flying for a few days, they could no longer see any demons. It was as if the demons in this area were all gone. Rumble. In the mountains in the distance, there were rumbling sounds. Looking from afar, endless light shot into the sky. Hurry, Yang Chuan said. Ang. The 2 dragons immediately pounced. In the blink of an eye, they were close. There were huge mountains in the surroundings. At the peak of each mountain, there were 5 forces. Yang Chuan immediately saw Meng Lingtian and the others. They were obviously disciples of the Eastern Training Hall. The leader was an extremely handsome man in white. Yang Chuan noticed his fierce aura from afar. Yang Chuan looked over. The man seemed to have sensed something and looked over. Dongfang Bubai? Yang Chuan's expression changed. In the distance, Dongfang Bubai saw Yang Chuan and instantly reacted. Obviously, his disciple had described him. When he saw Yang Chuan, Dongfang Bubai nodded slightly. After all, Dongfang Bubai and Li Sai were familiar with each other. Yang Chuan nodded and turned to look at the other mountains. The experts on the other 4 mountains looked at Yang Chuan and stared at the valley. In the valley, it was a sea of vines. Endless vines swam quickly and covered the entire sea of vines. From the gaps in the sea of vines, rays of light rushed out. It was as if the sea of vines had trapped countless experts inside. Wow! The sea of vines churned. Suddenly, a huge green monster emerged from the sea of vines. Vine demon? Yang Chuan's expression changed. Wasn't this sea of vines the appearance of the vine demon in the past? And that green monster? Wasn't that the original body of the vine demon? Vine demon of the exceptional godly weapon, 7th. He had already given it to his son. Why was it here? Was Yang Dong Yen here too? Yang Chuan's face darkened. Suddenly, he saw the words on the vine demon. Vine demon of the exceptional godly weapon, 6th. 6th. Not 7th. Yang Chuan was slightly shocked. All along, Yang Chuan thought that there were a series of exceptional godly weapons and the vine demon was only 7th. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. 7th wasn't the order of the exceptional godly weapons, but the number of the vine demon. There was more than one vine demon in this world. There were at least 7. Wow! The vine demon quickly twisted countless vines, stirring up the experts inside. Heavenly way! Heavenly way! Whoosh! 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 About 10 heavenly ways shot up from the center of the sea of vines, but the vine demon still trapped all the Tao gods below. Exceptional godly weapon? It is indeed an exceptional godly weapon. 10 Tao gods are trapped under it. Qi Shuo exclaimed. Wow! The vine demon shouted arrogantly. On the surrounding mountains, including Dongfang Bubai, the 5 exceptional godly weapons didn't interfere. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from inside the sea of vines. All Tao gods, hold the sea of vines. I will break it. Okay. Shouts came from inside the sea of vines. Heavenly sword of Dugu. A loud roar came. Boom. 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 Suddenly, 9 huge sword forces rushed out from the sea of vines. The sword forces shot up into the sky, tearing the air and the wind. In an instant, it was like a big explosion, cutting down countless giant vines. In an instant, With the 9 sword forces as the center, billions of sword chi burst out like a blooming sword lotus. Suddenly, the vine demon's vines were shattered. Wow! The vine demon cried out in pain. Chapter 1159. W.A. The vine demon was torn apart by the billions of sword chi below, instantly exploding into billions of fragments. The peerless divine weapon instantly shattered. Boom! Countless fragments exploded in all directions. The scenery under the sea of vines was completely exposed. A huge golden palace. In front of the palace stood Dog God and Old Man Baishan. Old Man Baishan controlled tens of thousands of sky demons and blocked the outside world with Dog God. On the ground, thousands of corpses were strewn everywhere. At this moment, close to 10,000 cultivators surrounded the two and the palace in circles. 9 of them had heavenly dows behind them, and each of them had their own heavenly dows. Countless experts held their swords and stared at the golden palace. The palace had the words "Evil Suppressing Golden Palace" on it. Roar! Dog God roared in grief. Without Goddess Ji Chen, you wouldn't be here today. Ungrateful things, do you really want to dig up Goddess Ji Chen's grave? Leaving Goddess Ji Chen's corpse in the wilderness? Today, you dare to touch Goddess Ji Chen's corpse. In the future, you will be hunted down by the world. Roar! Dog God roared in grief. Dog God, everything is fated. Sigh. Old Man Baishan sighed. Senior, thank you. Without you, my companions and I wouldn't be able to hold on until now. Everyone else is dead, but I will hold on until the end to protect Goddess Ji Chen's last breath of peace. Dog God thanked Old Man Baishan. Ji Chen saved the world. How can I not come when there are evil people digging up her grave? The treasure in the evil-suppressing golden palace is the hope Goddess Ji Chen left for the world. How can I let these evil people have their way? Old Man Baishan said hatefully. Treasure. The hope of the world. The eyes of all the cultivators surrounding the evil-suppressing golden palace lit up. There are no treasures in the evil-suppressing golden palace, only Goddess Ji Chen's corpse. Dog God frowned. Is that so? Seems like my information was wrong. There is only Goddess Ji Chen's corpse inside. No matter what, I will help you. These evil people, don't even think about tainting Goddess Ji Chen, Old Man Baishan shouted. But Old Man Baishan's words seemed to make things worse. The 10,000 cultivators around didn't believe him. They looked at the evil-suppressing golden palace with anticipation. Dog God looked anxious. Dog God, Goddess Ji Chen must have taught you how to control the evil suppression golden palace. Use it to maximize its defense. Unless everyone attacks at the same time, no one will be able to break through the golden palace. I will use the heavenly demons to disrupt them, Old Man Baishan shouted. All right, Dog God replied. He then stepped onto the golden palace. His hands glowed with golden light as he touched the roof of the golden palace. Buzz! The evil-suppressing golden palace suddenly emitted a bright golden light. This was the last line of defense. On the other hand, Old Man Baishan summoned more and more heavenly demons. 100,000, 1,000,000, densely packed together. Senior, no matter what the outcome is, Dog God will never forget. Dog God shouted. Old Man Baishan nodded. However, the 10,000 cultivators in the surroundings looked at each other, and their eyes gradually turned cold. The evil-suppressing old man said that as long as they attacked together, they would be able to break open the golden palace. For a moment, all of them were looking forward to it. On the top of the 6 mountain peaks, Yang Chuan and the experts of the 5 forces raised their eyebrows at the same time. Baishan Old Man was not helping Dog God at all. Dog God, be careful of Old Man Baishan. Yang Chuan took a deep breath and shouted. Dog God looked up. Humph. He snorted coldly and ignored Yang Chuan, as if he thought that Yang Chuan was also a gravedigger. In the distance, Old Man Baishan looked at Yang Chuan with a meaningful look. Ah! Suddenly, Meng Lingtian's scream came from behind Dongfang Bubai. Everyone looked over. They saw that one of the fragments of the vine demon that were scattered all over the sky had fallen on Meng Lingtian's head. This fragment was still emitting a faint green light, like a seed. The vine demon. The vine demon was not destroyed. It was beaten to its original form. The peerless divine weapon is still here. As long as it is nourished, the peerless divine weapon can be restored to its peak. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were excited. Everyone had seen the power of the peerless divine weapon with their own eyes. Although Dog God and another Tao God cancelled each other out, there were still 8 Tao gods and nearly 10,000 cultivators. Even Dugu Batian. How could a peerless divine weapon trap so many experts? Wasn't this a precious treasure? Many people's attention shifted to the vine demon. Seeing this, Old Man Baishan's face darkened. He immediately said, Dog God, it seems like these people don't want the things in the evil-suppressing Golden Palace. That's great. Hearing Old Man Baishan's words, everyone's face changed again. They all turned to look. Dugu Batian took a step forward and shouted, I was the one who destroyed the vine demon, so this seed is also mine. I will not interfere with the things in the evil-suppressing Golden Palace. Heh! Many experts' faces darkened. What? You don't agree? Humph, if I say it's mine, then it's mine. If anyone dares to snatch it from me, I will fight to the death with him, Dugu Batian said hatefully. Dugu Baishan's roar made everyone's face sink. Obviously, Dugu Batian was notorious. Everyone turned to look at the Golden Palace. Dugu Batian, however, took a step forward and rushed toward Meng Lingtian. Swish! Dugu Batian suddenly appeared in front of Meng Lingtian. Brat, give me the vine demon, Dugu Batian said coldly. A powerful aura rushed toward Dongfang Bubai and the others, causing a storm to rise. Meng Lingtian's face darkened. Sect Master, this is a vine demon bestowed by heaven. Please deal with it. Meng Lingtian respectfully handed it over to Dongfang Bubai. Dongfang Bubai said indifferently, since it's a vine demon bestowed to you, you should keep it. Ah! Meng Lingtian said in shock. This sect master naturally hasn't reached the level of snatching treasures from disciples. Keep it well. Dongfang Bubai said indifferently. Yes, thank you sect master. Meng Lingtian immediately shouted excitedly. But Dugu Baishan's eyes were cold. Humph, do you think you can take this sovereign's things? Dugu Batian said coldly. Dongfang Bubai looked at Dugu Batian and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This cold light was like a sword intent that rushed toward Dugu Batian. This sword intent wasn't vast, but it was filled with a sinister aura. Dugu Batian had never seen such a sinister aura before. Scram! Dongfang Bubai said coldly. Ha ha ha, you want me to scram? You're courting death. Dugu Batian shouted angrily. Boom! A powerful sword intent slashed toward Dongfang Bubai. The powerful sword intent pounced like a ferocious tiger and stabbed toward Dongfang Bubai's forehead. Dongfang Bubai narrowed his eyes and a cold light shot out from them. With Dongfang Bubai as the center, the void around him shook violently. A white light shot toward Dugu Batian. Boom! Dugu Baishan's sword intent exploded. His entire body froze in the air. There was a hole in his forehead. Hiss! The experts on the surrounding peaks all felt their hearts skip a beat. Many people didn't see what happened, but it was already over. All they saw was a white light. White light. Many people didn't understand, but Yang Chuan saw it. What a fast sword. The sword is unconventional, but it's extremely fast. This isn't the orthodox sword Dao, but the unorthodox sword Dao? But the unorthodox sword Dao is actually so fast. Fast! Yang Chuan exclaimed. In the air, Dugu Baishan's sword pierced through his forehead. His tenacious vitality left him on the verge of death. No, I have the Dugu Heavenly Sword, and I haven't used the Purple Firmament Sword technique. I have countless shocking sword techniques, Dugu Batian said with difficulty. Dugu Batian knew that it was over, but the unwillingness in his heart made him resentful. I only use one sword to kill, Dongfang Bubai said coldly. On the other side, countless experts attacked the evil suppression Golden Palace at the same time. More than 10,000 experts attacked with heavenly energy, divine swords, and heavenly sabers. Dog God, activate the Golden Palace with all your might. Old Man Bai Shan shouted. Okay. Dog God quickly activated the Golden Palace. The evil suppression Golden Palace instantly erupted with billions of golden light. It exploded with the strongest power and defensive power to block everything. Heavenly demons, go! Old Man Bai Shan shouted. While all the experts were worried, the countless heavenly demons suddenly rushed toward the Dog God. Boom! Tens of thousands of heavenly demons entered his body. Dog God's soul was instantly impacted. Dog God trembled, and the power he used to control the Golden Palace suddenly became chaotic. The evil suppression Golden Palace, which was originally shining with billions of golden light, instantly dimmed. Its strongest defense was instantly removed. Boom! At this moment, countless forces crashed into the evil suppression Golden Palace. Boom! The tremendous force sent the Dog God flying. Around the evil suppression Golden Palace, the powerful force caused the void to shake, and nothing could be seen clearly. Dog God screamed in pain. Bam! Suddenly, a hand caught Dog God. It was Yang Chuan who caught Dog God. At the same time, the power of the azure heavenly path surged into Dog God's body. Bam! Countless heavenly demons were instantly incinerated. Dog God instantly came to his senses. But he was most worried about the evil suppression Golden Palace. No! Dog God shouted in shock. But it was all too late. Everyone's attack had severely damaged the Golden Palace, which had the weakest defense. Rumble! The ground cracked. Wisps of black evil energy were emitted from the ground. Nearly 10,000 cultivators looked over and saw countless cracks on the Golden Palace. The door of the Golden Palace was blasted open. Everyone saw the interior. Inside, there was only a coffin, a huge coffin. There was nothing else. Nothing was there. There were no treasures. Is that really the corpse of Goddess Ji Chen? Someone exclaimed. No, we have been tricked. That Bai Shan old man, that old man. Everyone looked at Bai Shan old man. Dog God looked at Bai Shan old man angrily. Traitor, you lied to me, you lied to me. Dog God pounced on Bai Shan old man. Whoosh. But he missed. Bai Shan old man was just a projection, not a real body. Ha 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 ha, I lied to you. Not only you, but your companions were also killed by me using heavenly demons to distract them. Ha 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 ha, the evil suppression Golden Palace is finally broken, finally broken, ha 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 ha. Bai Shan old man's face suddenly became ferocious. Traitor, traitor, Dog God roared in grief. Wang. Above the countless cracks in the evil suppression Golden Palace, a huge projection slowly appeared. Slowly, the projection condensed into a form. A human head with a snake body. Goddess Ji Chen. Yang Chuan's expression changed. Not far away, Dugu Baishan's corpse fell to the ground. Dongfang Bubai also stared at Goddess Ji Chen. Almost everyone looked at Goddess Ji Chen. Goddess Ji Chen's projection slowly appeared. The evil suppression Golden Palace is finally broken, sigh. Goddess Ji Chen's projection sighed. Goddess, is that you? Is that you? Dog God suddenly ran in front of Goddess Ji Chen. Dog God. You are still here. I am just a remnant thought of Goddess Ji Chen. I am attached to the corpse of the goddess. When the corpse was disturbed, I woke up. Goddess Ji Chen said. It's them, goddess, it's them. Those traitors, they dug up your tomb. We couldn't stop them. Dog God cried. Around them, the nearly 10,000 experts who attacked the evil suppression Golden Palace had ugly expressions. Not only did they end up empty-handed, they also had to face Goddess Ji Chen's blame. Sigh. Goddess Ji Chen sighed. At this moment, Yang Chuan also noticed that the people of the 5 factions who didn't participate in the battle were also sighing. Although they entered the spiritual world, they didn't make a move. That was because the 5 factions still respected Goddess Ji Chen. But the nearly 10,000 cultivators in the valley were a different story. Ha 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 ha, little girl Ji Chen, do you still recognize me? Old man Bai Shan was in a good mood. 100 evil old demon? Congratulations, you're finally going to escape. Goddess Ji Chen sighed. 100 evil old demon? Yang Chuan raised his eyebrows. Old man by Shan, 100 evil old demon? Haha, spiritual world, it's been 1.5 million years. Do you know how it feels to be poisoned for 1.5 million years? That bitch Xuanmiao used 500 extreme young heavenly Dao clones to form a spiritual world to poison me? You're just a guard, just a guard. Old man by Shan roared. You're just a guard, yet you spent such a price to build the evil suppression golden palace. But it's still broken, it's still broken. I'm going to come out, and everyone who hurt me will pay the price. Roar. 100 evil old demon roared with a ferocious expression. The heavens are dead, and the heavenly Tao has collapsed. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. You won't be able to take revenge. Goddess Ji Chen's virtual image shook her head. Even if it's dead, I'll still whip its corpse. I'll whip the corpse of everyone who hurt me, including you. I'll grind your bones to dust. Roar, 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 roar. 100 evil old demon roared. From the cracks in the ground, countless heavenly demons rushed to the sky. Following 100 evil old demons' hand, they rushed towards the golden palace. Crash. The golden palace, which was already in ruins, collapsed. Goddess Ji Chen's final remnant will looked at 100 evil old demon one last time. 100 evil old demon, I hope you cherish the world and the people. Goddess Ji Chen's remnant will slowly faded away. Boom. At that moment, a loud explosion sounded. Above the starry sky, the dim moon exploded with a loud bang. Vaguely, everyone saw the heavenly Tao appear one after another. Boom. A heavenly Tao exploded with a loud bang, causing the entire world to shake. Not good, the spiritual world is about to collapse. Someone shouted. Countless heavenly demons rushed towards Goddess Ji Chen's coffin. No, roar. Dog God rushed over. But there were too many heavenly demons, and Dog God was instantly invaded. Suddenly, Yang Chuan appeared beside Goddess Ji Chen's coffin. He grabbed the coffin and Dog God and appeared on the dragon carriage. Let's go. Yang Chuan ordered. Roar. Roar. 2 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage towards the outside world. The spiritual world collapsed, and cracks appeared in the void. The dragon carriage instantly entered the cracks and exited the spiritual world. At this moment, countless experts were fleeing in panic from all directions. The heavenly Tao of the spiritual world exploded one after another, and the world became unstable. On the ground, black gas rushed into the sky. Billions of heavenly demons rushed out and charged towards the countless cultivators. 100 evil old demons' virtual image had already disappeared. But deep within the cracks, 100 evil old demons' voice sounded. Roar, I'm finally out. Blood, I want endless blood. 100 evil old demons' voice came from the depths of the earth. Ah! Countless cultivators were killed by the heavenly demons. Their blood was instantly sucked into the depths of the earth. Rumble. Outside the spiritual world, the entire spiritual weave suddenly experienced a huge earthquake. Cracks appeared in the entire spiritual weave. Countless experts rushed over from the outside world and looked around in fear. An extremely evil aura was emitted from the depths of the earth. I, 100 evil old demon, am finally out. Roar. The loud roar echoed throughout the entire spiritual weave. Chapter 1160. Outside the Afflatus Dominion. Yang Chuan, Dongfang Bubai, Gongyang Benlei, and countless other experts were standing on the surface of the ocean, looking at the Afflatus Dominion. Endless black gas filled the air, causing the Afflatus Dominion's land to crack. Billowing malevolent aura filled the sky as heavenly demons surged out. Countless cultivators were instantly struck and quickly fell to the ground. Once they died, their blood was immediately extracted. The providence and merit of the sacred halls and dojos in the Afflatus Dominion were forcefully extracted. Ha 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 ha, Xuanmiao, you bastard. You sealed me for 1.5 million years, but you still let me out in the end. Evil old demon's arrogant voice rang out. To celebrate the birth of this old demon, all living beings of the Afflatus Dominion, offer your blood. Ha 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 ha. Evil old demon laughed maniacally. This old demon is an ancestral immortal? An ancestral immortal stronger than goddess Ji-Chen? Dog God, who was in human form, trembled. Countless experts were present, but none of them dared to charge in. Vile spawn, how dare you? Suddenly, there was a loud roar in the void. Following the roar, the sky above the afflatus dominion shone brightly, and a vast heavenly might descended from the sky. Amidst the heavenly might, Yang Chuan saw a huge white pillar that went straight into the depths of the afflatus dominion. Boom! The pillar slammed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Countless plum blossoms spread out in all directions. Wherever the plum blossoms went, the malevolent aura dissipated. However, there was too much malevolent aura. For a moment, the plum blossoms and malevolent aura clashed. Plum blossoms? It's Sage Shimon. Dog God was overjoyed. Sage? Yang Chuan's expression turned serious. Yes, Sage Shimon is here. This evil old demon is doomed. He's a sage. The strongest existence in the world. Dog God clenched his fists excitedly, looking at the vast afflatus dominion. Yang Chuan had mixed feelings for a moment. Return. Yang Chuan called to the two dragons. Roar. Roar. 7 fiends and Dragon 5th immediately gave a long howl, then turned and flew towards the east. Evil old demon's world was a dominion. And, with the arrival of a sage was there. It would be a pity not to watch such a scene. However, since Yang Chuan had given the order, the two dragons could only helplessly fly towards the east with hidden bitterness. Leave. Why? Dog God was shocked. Yang Chuan shook his head. A battle between saints? Ha! Yang Chuan felt bitter in his heart. Now that his cultivation was too low, what was the point of looking at it? He had to recover to the ancestral immortal level as soon as possible. Yang Chuan felt uncomfortable as he drove back to the imperial court. As for the battle between the saints that countless cultivators were fighting to watch, Yang Chuan was not interested in it at all. No matter how strong his power was, could it compare to his own body? He had to find a way to dispel the ancestral immortal's restrictions as soon as possible. Seeing Yang Chuan insist on leaving, the dog god stopped arguing. I am the dog god. Thank you for saving my life twice. May I know your name? Dog god asked. Yang Chuan of the Great Perfection Holy Court. Yang Chuan nodded. Yang Di. Previously, I was stupid and was deceived by 100 evil old demon. My benefactor suggested it, but I insisted on doing it, causing Goddess Ji-Chen's evil suppressing golden palace to fail. If not for Yang Di, Goddess Ji-Chen's corpse would have. Dog God said with regret. Ji-Chen? After all, she is the benefactor of the world, so I can't ignore her. Moreover, I also benefited from her this time. Since the tomb has been destroyed, let's move it to my Zhenlong territory. With me here, no one can touch Ji-Chen's tomb, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Dog God opened his mouth and wanted to ask for Goddess Ji-Chen's coffin, but when he thought of his previous mistakes, he was too ashamed to ask for Goddess Ji-Chen's coffin. For a moment, Dog God was dejected. Dog God, what are your plans for the future? Yang Chuan asked. I don't know. Dog God said bitterly. Return to Zhenlong territory with me and continue to guard Goddess Ji-Chen's tomb. Don't let any rascals come near it. At the same time, invite all the cultivators in the world to pay respects to Goddess Ji-Chen. Regain the gratitude of the world. Yang Chuan said. Hearing Yang Chuan's words, Dog God's eyes lit up. Okay, thank you, Yang Di. Dog God said emotionally. Dog God's biggest dream was to guard Goddess Ji-Chen's tomb. Now, continuing to guard it was the best home for Dog God. Goddess Ji-Chen has been dead for almost 1,000,000 years, right? Are you also trapped in the ancient immortal realm? Yang Chuan looked at Dog God. Dog God smiled bitterly and said, in the spiritual world, I have no chance of becoming an ancestral immortal. Oh! Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. No chance? What do you mean no chance? Yang Chuan asked curiously. Yang Di, you don't know the way to become an ancestral immortal? Dog God said in surprise. When Dog God said that, Yang Chuan's eyes flashed with joy. Roar. The 7 fiends who were pulling the chariot also shouted excitedly. The 7 fiends had been waiting for 20,000 years without finding a way. Could it be that Dog God knew the way? You don't know? Can you tell me? Yang Chuan asked solemnly. Dog God was slightly stunned and said, It's not impossible, it's not a secret. You don't think it's a secret, but there are very few cultivators in the world who know about it. Yang Chuan said with a smile. Oh, I understand. Dog God's expression changed. Yang Chuan looked at Dog God, and the 7 fiends who were pulling the chariot also pricked up their ears to listen. It's indeed impossible for anyone in the world to become an ancestral immortal. However, I heard from Goddess Jichen that when heaven died, its last remnant will gathered all the ancestral immortals in the world to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao and placed a curse on all living beings in the world, the curse of blood. Dog God said. Curse of blood? Yang Chuan was puzzled. Yes, the curse of blood states that all living beings born in this world have a fixed number of ancestral immortals. Only by killing the ancestral immortals can one become an ancestral immortal. Dog God said. Oh. This is a curse on the fate of all living beings. Only when you kill an ancestral immortal can your curse be lifted. Of course, there are extremely lucky people. If an ancestral immortal kills an ancestral immortal, one dead will be replaced by another. However, this requires great luck for the ancient immortal to encounter it. Dog God explained. Yang Chuan did not pay attention to the latter part of the sentence. However, the first part of the sentence made Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. In other words, it's not luck. There's a curse of blood on my fate. As long as I kill an ancestral immortal, the curse will be lifted. I can break through to the ancestral immortal realm. Yang Chuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Killing an ancestral immortal as an ancient immortal. If you succeed, the ancient immortal will definitely become a peerless hero. When he becomes an ancestral immortal, he will definitely become a fierce ancestral immortal. Our world, the weakest world, has already collapsed. Heaven also knows how weak the weakest world is, so it thought of this method. In order to strengthen itself and prevent all living beings in the world from being completely destroyed, it placed this curse. It's to change the ancestral immortals of this world. Dog God nodded affirmatively. Although the curse of blood is too vicious, it makes each generation of ancestral immortals stronger than the previous. What a tragic curse. Yang Chuan nodded his head. Roar. Dragon Fifth let out a cry of surprise. An ancient immortal killing an ancestral immortal? Are you kidding? They're not even on the same level. The 7 fiends exclaimed. Roar. Dragon Fifth nodded. I understand now. No wonder the world has never heard of the curse of blood. The ancestral immortal must have deliberately kept it a secret. Which ancestral immortal would be foolish enough to say that killing himself would make him an ancestral immortal? The 7 fiends were enlightened. Yang Emperor, ancestral immortals are not easy to kill. It's too difficult. Even now, I don't have the confidence to do it, Dog God said. Yang Chuan smiled. The gloominess he felt from not being able to interfere in the battle between Fiend Hundred Fiend and the Saints instantly dissipated. Just because you don't have the confidence doesn't mean I don't either. No matter what, this information of yours is extremely useful to me and Great Shun. Yang Chuan thanks you. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Ah. This is nothing. Dog God said blankly. Ha ha ha, to me, this information is more important than mending the heavenly Tao. Yang Chuan laughed loudly. Yang Chuan was in a good mood, but the 7 fiends pulling the carriage in front were conflicted. After waiting for 20,000 years, they actually received such a ridiculous piece of news. Kill an ancestral immortal? What a joke. How could an ancient immortal defeat an ancestral immortal? An ancestral immortal could easily defeat 100 of you. True Dragon Domain. Great Shun Holy Court, Xianyang. At this moment, Great Shun was operating as usual. But at this moment, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared in the south of Xianyang. They were all dressed in green and flying high in the sky. There were 21 figures in total, and one of them was the leader. azure sky blazing sun formation. The leader of the group, a man dressed in green, said, "Yes." The 20 subordinates shouted in unison. Whoosh. They quickly surrounded Xianyang and flew up. "Who is it?" The guards of Great Shen immediately shouted. However, the 20 subordinates were already in position. "Formation, rise." The leader in green in the south shouted. Boom. A heavenly Tao suddenly shot up from the north. Boom. 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 To the east, south, and west, a huge heavenly Tao emerged from each of them. Boom. 4 heavenly Tao suddenly surrounded the entire Xianyang. Buzz. The 4 heavenly Tao burst out with dazzling light at the same time. Then, as if they were connected, the 4 heavenly Tao connected together to form a huge square heavenly Tao wall that surrounded the entire Xianyang. Million Dragons Formation. Shu Fu's voice suddenly came from Xianyang. Roar. Roar. Dragon roars came from the ground. The formation rose from all directions of Xianyang. It defended against the attacks of the heavenly Tao outside. All the green in green got into formation. Only their leader remained in the sky. He coldly looked at the skyward palace inside the Million Dragons Formation. A large number of officials quickly gathered. Lu Buwei flung his sleeves and glared. 4 Tao gods. They were sent by the Great Extinction Holy Court. Tao gods setting up a formation. This is going to be troublesome. This is a formation set up with heavenly Tao. Yi Feng said in a low voice. Lu Buwei looked at the sky and said coldly, "When we were playing with heavenly Tao, these guys were still playing with mud. Minister Lu, look at that person." Meng Tian pointed at the leader in green in the sky. The leader in green reached out and gathered a portion of heavenly Tao in each direction. In his hand, 4 heavenly Taos gathered, forming a huge 4-colored ball of light. The ball of light carried a powerful destructive force, causing the void to tremble. He can mobilize multiple heavenly Taos. An ancestral immortal? Lu Buwei's face suddenly sank. At that moment, above the Sea of Providence, Yang Chuan's statue suddenly opened its eyes. 2 beams of light shot out. An ancestral immortal? Yang Chuan's statue suddenly spoke. The ancestral immortal in the distance was slightly stunned. The statue spoke? But so what? As long as I'm here, Xianyang will be destroyed today. Lu Buwei. Yang Chuan's statue called out. Here. Lu Buwei replied. You will be in charge of Xianyang's military. If necessary, use the terracotta army. Remember, stall this ancestral immortal for me. Don't let him escape. Yang Chuan's statue called out. Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Buwei replied. Ancestral immortal. Don't let me escape. Is Yang Chuan's brain damaged? Chapter 1161. Xianyang, Chaotian Palace Square. More and more officials gathered. All of them stared at the sky with solemn expressions. The azure-clothed man with the 4 balls of light in his hand stared coldly at Skyward Palace. Where is Bai Ditian? Also, where is Yang Chuan? The man in the sky asked in a deep voice. Lu Buwei smiled and took a step forward. I am the Prime Minister of Great Shen, Lu Buwei. May I know who you are? Why did you use this formation to trap my Xianyang? The azure-robed man sneered. The huge ball of light in his hand smashed towards Xianyang. The faces of Meng Tian, Meng Yi, and the others immediately turned gloomy. The group of generals wanted to rush forward in anger. Who? Lu Buwei opened his arms wide, and his wide sleeves shook violently, blocking everyone as he stared fixedly at the sky. The light ball collided with the great formation of Xianyang. Hong tilde 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 tilde. The great formation of Xianyang shook violently. In the midst of the shaking, a storm rolled up in all directions. The interior of the formation was no longer as impregnable as before. Instead, the interior of Xianyang was shaking violently. Countless houses collapsed. The array trembled as if it would shatter at any moment. Countless officials had gloomy expressions. Even so, Lu Buwei did not allow anyone to make a move. Prime Minister, the sage monarch allowed us to use the terracotta soldiers. Meng Yi said anxiously. Lu Buwei shook his head and said, the Holy King's ultimate goal is to delay them, but… Meng Yi frowned. Meng Tian pulled Meng Yi over and told him not to interrupt. Ah! Ouch! Some of the injured citizens in Xianyang started to cry out in pain. Disciples of the Eastern Faction Depot, save the people and protect them, Lu Buwei shouted. Yes. Liu Gang replied. High up in the sky, the azure-robed man who had almost destroyed the great formation of Xianyang sneered. Xianyang City? Indeed extraordinary, to actually be able to block my 4 strands of origin-returning qi, the azure-clothed man sneered. Sir, where do you come from? Why are you making things difficult for me, Great Shen? Lu Buwei shouted again. All right, I want you to know that we are disciples of the Azure Divine Palace of the Absolute Palace. The Azure Divine King is my brother. On the orders of the Azure Divine King, kill Bai Ditian. At the same time, kill Yang Chuan. The azure-robed man laughed evilly. How dare you? The courtiers were enraged. However, Lu Buwei waved his sleeves again, blocking the fury of the ministers. Azure Divine King? I heard that the Absolute Palace has 12 palaces. Is the Azure Divine Palace one of the top 3 palaces in the 12 palaces? Lu Buwei laughed. Oh, you actually know about my Absolute Palace? The azure-clothed man's expression changed slightly. Who doesn't know that the Ju Palace is powerful? They controlled 6 territories in the outer eastern continent and were one of the strongest forces in the outer eastern continent. It's hard not to know. Lu Buwei said with a smile. It's good that you know. The green-robed man said in a deep voice. Since you are the younger brother of the Azure God King, I presume you are the Emperor Green Fire who became an ancestral immortal 3,000 years ago? Lu Buwei laughed. You're quite knowledgeable. Emperor Green Fire said in a deep voice. Emperor Green Fire? It doesn't matter if you want to meet my holy monarch or Bai Ditian. Unfortunately, you've come at the wrong time, Lu Buwei said with a smile. Oh, you saw it just now. The holy monarch returned through the statue. He's on a trip outside and Bai Ditian is with him. They're not in the court, Lu Buwei said. Humph, where did they go? Emperor Green Fire asked in a deep voice. I don't know where exactly. However, you heard what the holy monarch said just now. The holy monarch and Bai Ditian are rushing back at full speed. If you don't mind, you can wait here, Lu Buwei said with a smile. Humph, Pang Tianhe said that the courtiers of Great Shen are all cunning. Before I came, I promised Pang Tianhe that I would help him destroy Xianyang and kill Yang Chuan. Since Yang Chuan hasn't returned, I'll destroy Xianyang first. Emperor Green Fire said in a deep voice. Wait, Lu Buwei shouted. Oh, you want to beg for mercy? Emperor Green Fire, I don't care why you agreed to destroy Xianyang. However, have you forgotten something? This is the center of Great Shen. If you have the ability to destroy it, the holy monarch above the Sea of Providence will sense it. Bai Ditian will also know. When that happens, I'm not sure if Bai Ditian will return. Lu Buwei shook his head and said. Oh. Emperor Green Fire raised his eyebrows. The holy monarch asked me to keep all of you here. All of you have to wait for the holy monarch to return. Why don't you wait for a while? After a while, when Bai Ditian returns, we can talk about our grievances in detail. Lu Buwei said. Oh. Emperor Green Fire was slightly taken aback. He felt that something wasn't right. However, Lu Buwei's words were reasonable. Yang Chuan and Bai Ditian were rushing back. If he destroyed Xianyang and Bai Ditian escaped, he wouldn't be able to answer to his brother. He would wait for a while. Lu Buwei saw that Emperor Green Fire was tempted and smiled. Since there's still some time, and all of you have to wait for the holy monarch and Bai Ditian, why don't you rest and have a cup of tea? Have a cup of tea? Emperor Green Fire looked at Lu Buwei strangely. The holy monarch and Bai Ditian won't be back for a day or two. If all of you don't mind, during this time, we can entertain all of you. We can play chess and drink wine while waiting for the holy monarch and Bai Ditian to return. Lu Buwei smiled. Emperor Green Fire. The group of experts in green. Their murderous intent was completely extinguished by Lu Buwei's words. Play chess. Have a cup of tea. Are we here to have fun? We are here to kill. Emperor Green Fire tried his best to look aggressive. Everyone, I don't mean anything else. I just feel that since we are waiting, there's no point in wasting time like this. Am I right? Lu Buwei smiled. With every sentence that Lu Buwei said, the atmosphere changed a little. As they spoke, they felt that something was amiss. It was as though they were old friends who had met. Lu Buwei's words were just right. They were neither close nor distant. Emperor Green Fire looked at Lu Buwei strangely. He felt that something was amiss. It was extremely awkward. We are here to kill all of you, Emperor Green Fire said coldly again. I know. But we haven't killed anyone yet. Let's wait for the Holy Monarch and Bai Ditien to return. What does drinking tea have to do with killing? Lu Buwei said blankly. Indeed, drinking tea had nothing to do with killing. Emperor Green Fire's brain couldn't handle it. He tried to think of the wrong elements in Lu Buwei's words. Everyone, why don't we do it here? I'll send people to prepare a banquet. Lu Buwei pointed at the square of Skyward Hall. A banquet. The group of people in green looked at Emperor Green Fire strangely. Emperor Green Fire was at a loss as well. He had come with murderous intent. Now that Lu Buwei said that, he seemed to be extremely embarrassed. Humph, cunning official of Great Zhun. Play chess. Drink tea. Leave it for the netherworld. Wait. So what? Trap Xianyang and wait for Yang Chuan and Bai Ditien to return. Emperor Green Fire shouted angrily. As he spoke, he retreated into the array. Lu Buwei sighed slightly, as if he was regretting that he couldn't play chess with Emperor Green Fire. In the array, Emperor Green Fire kept thinking. What went wrong in his confrontation with Lu Buwei? Wasn't he filled with murderous intent earlier? Why did it seem like he owed Lu Buwei something? Why did the atmosphere change so suddenly? What was wrong? He ignored Emperor Green Fire. Lu Buwei and the group of officials quickly entered Skyward Hall. Quang. The doors of the hall slammed shut. Minister Lu is amazing. Yi Feng praised. Lu Buwei shook his head and said, let's pacify Emperor Green Fire first. However, this isn't a long-term plan. There are too many variables. Yes, just now, Xianyang almost. One of the officials said worriedly. Lu Buwei shook his head and said, no, I asked Xu Fu to do it. Oh. Everyone looked at Xu Fu in surprise. Xu Fu smiled and said, I've worked with Minister Lu for many years. I understood with one gesture. Ah. Does this mean that our array can stop Emperor Green Fire? One of the officials said in surprise. Of course. Our array came from Mr. Gigu Zi. Not to mention Emperor Green Fire, even if there were two more, they wouldn't be able to shake it. Xu Fu said proudly. Minister Lu wants to hold Emperor Green Fire back. That's right. Let them think that Xianyang can be destroyed at any time and that there's nothing to worry about. The Sage King wants to hold Emperor Green Fire back. Although I don't know why the Sage King is doing this, it must be very important. Everyone, cooperate with me and hold them back. Lu Buwei said seriously. Yes. Everyone answered. East of Xianyang, at the Yellow Spring Road. The array spread, so Emperor Green Fire and the others didn't notice it. At the entrance of the array, Bai Ditien frowned and looked into the distance. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Bai Ditien. Jin Dayu. Bai Ditien. The Sage King wants you to enter the netherworld first. Don't let them see you. He wants me to replace you at the Yellow Spring Road. Jin Dayu said seriously. Bai Ditien nodded with a trace of doubt. Time passed. The two dragons pulled the dragon carriage and quickly flew towards the true dragon dominion. Along the way, the two dragons didn't dare to delay. Yang Chuan's eyes were filled with excitement. He had just obtained the method to become an ancestral immortal, and an ancestral immortal had already come knocking on his door. He was really lucky. Just as the dragon carriage was speeding. Heavenly Dao, combine. Heavenly Dao, combine. With two loud shouts, two heavenly Daos suddenly appeared in front of the dragon chariot. Roar. The two dragons instantly stopped. Yang Chuan raised his eyebrows and looked over. He saw a figure standing in each of the two heavenly Dao. And they were both Dao integration. Gongyang Benlei? Yang Chuan's expression turned ugly. One of the two heavenly Dao was Gongyang Benlei, and the other was naturally Gongyang Bentian. The two of them ran all the way and chased after Yang Chuan and the others. In the Hall of Inspiration, Gongyang Bentian had gained nothing. Even Gongyang Benhong had died. He couldn't return to his family. However, if he helped Gongyang Benlei deal with the East Sea Dragon Palace, he might be able to redeem himself. The moment Gongyang Benlei said that, Gongyang Benhong immediately agreed. He originally wanted to watch the battle between the sages, but he didn't expect Yang Chuan to turn around and leave. He didn't get to watch the battle between the sages. Phew, run, run. Why are you running so fast? Gongyang Benlei shouted as he panted. You almost got away. Gongyang Bentian also panted. Yang Chuan saw the two of them and immediately understood what they meant. At the same time, he was angry. He was in a hurry to go back, and these two were still blocking his way. You can't leave now, right? Gongyang Bentian sneered as he panted. Crash into them. Yang Chuan was also angry at the two of them and directly shouted at the two dragons. Chapter 1162. Crash into them. Yang Chuan was also angry at the two of them, so he directly shouted at the two dragons. The seven demons. Dragon fifth. Gongyang Benlei. Even the dog god, who had been sitting cross-legged on the side, was shocked. Crash. Was this a joke? The two heavenly Dao in front of him were one with the heavenly Dao. Is Yang Chuan out of his mind? Gongyang Ben Tian said in shock. Gongyang Benlei didn't know what to say. However, the two dragons quickly carried out Yang Chuan's orders, pulling the carriage towards one of the heavenly Daos. Crazy. Yang Chuan, are you crazy? I am one with the heavenly Dao. You can't hurt me at all. Gongyang Ben Tian roared. Ang. Ang. Without any hesitation, the two dragons charged towards Gongyang Ben Tian's heavenly Dao. Seeing the two dragons charging at him with such ferocious momentum, Gongyang Ben Tian's face twitched slightly. The two dragons rushed over. This aura was indeed incomparably majestic. If not for the fact that he was one with the heavenly Dao, he might have been scared away by this aura. Go ahead, go ahead. The body is one with the heavenly Dao. You ancient immortals want to break the heavenly Dao? Dream on. Bang your head against the heavenly Dao and die. Gongyang Ben Tian roared. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer, Yang Chuan widened his eyes. Suddenly, a green heavenly Dao shot into the sky. The heavenly Dao enveloped Yang Chuan and the dragon chariot. Immediately, it slammed towards Gongyang Ben Tian. Two mighty heavenly Daos collided above the sea. Hong tilde 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 tilde. Huge waves rose from the sea, and a huge crater appeared with a loud rumble. The moment the two heavenly Daos collided. Gongyang Ben Lei, you lied to me. Gongyang Ben Tian suddenly roared. Didn't you say that Yang Chuan was only an ancient immortal? Was he just an ordinary ancient immortal? How could he control the heavenly Dao? It was one thing for him to control it, but he was actually one with the heavenly Dao? Not far away, in the heavenly Dao, Gongyang Ben Lei's eyes suddenly widened. With a huge impact, the two heavenly Daos immediately clashed. Under the huge impact, the two Dao gods were competing in their control of the heavenly Dao and their usage of the heavenly Dao. Competing in control? Gongyang Ben Tian used a secret technique to fuse with the Dao in a short period of time. As for Yang Chuan, he was the heaven mender of the clear sky Dao. Competing in utilization? To put it bluntly, the clear sky Dao was created step by Yang Chuan. How could he not be better than Gongyang Ben Tian when using the clear sky Dao? Most importantly, Yang Chuan's azure sky path was the leader of the Thousand Suns. The result of the collision between the two heavenly Daos was obvious. His heavenly Dao exploded with a loud boom. Yang Chuan stretched out his hand, and a huge dragon claw appeared in the void. Boom! Yang Chuan's dragon claw instantly tore Gongyang Ben Tian into pieces. They were both ancient immortals. With Yang Chuan's ferocious nature, he naturally had the strength to kill someone of the same level. Moreover, Gongyang Ben Tian was immersed in this legendary collapse. His heavenly Tao was destroyed by the collision. Before he died, Gongyang Ben Tian only had one complaint. Gongyang Ben Lei, you jinx. Bam! Dismembered corpses filled the sky. The two dragons shuddered and immediately understood what kind of ferocious person the Emperor on Bai Long's chariot was. The dog god opened his mouth in shock. This didn't make sense. Gongyang Ben Tian was careless. He thought that Yang Chuan was just an ordinary ancient immortal while he was a Tao unification expert and could instantly kill Yang Chuan. However, things were always unpredictable. In the end, he became an ordinary ancestral immortal after the collision, while Yang Chuan became a Tao unification expert. He was instantly killed. How unlucky. It was also because Gongyang Ben Lei's information was not symmetrical. Yang Chuan turned to look at Gongyang Ben Lei. How could Gongyang Ben Lei dare to stay? He wanted to cry but no tears came out as he turned and ran. What a monster. How did he encounter such a monster? Clear Sky Tao? It was actually Clear Sky Tao, the heaven mender from some time ago. If you had Clear Sky Tao, you should have said something. If I knew you had Clear Sky Tao, we wouldn't have fought. Gongyang Ben Lei fled in a panic with grief and indignation. As he fled, Gongyang Ben Lei had the urge to cry. What was going on? It was the same last time. They were panting as they chased after Yang Chuan, but they were all killed by Yang Chuan. This time, they were panting as they chased after Yang Chuan, but they were all killed by Yang Chuan in one move. How was he going to explain this to his family? Was he going to die while panting? If those old ancestors of his family knew, wouldn't they spit out tea and die? The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt. As for Yang Chuan, he stood on the dragon carriage and turned his head to look at Gongyang Ben Lei. In the end, he didn't choose to chase. Full speed ahead to Xianyang City, Yang Chuan said. Roar. Yes. The two dragons roared. The two dragons sped up again. Yang Chuan, on the other hand, was solemn. Because it was not convenient for his zombie body to enter the world of the living. The Jiangchen body was not perfect yet, and it had reached a critical stage. Once it broke through, the power of the Jiangchen body would rise to another level. Thus, it was not convenient for him to fight ancestral immortals now. More importantly, at the peak of his first life, Yang Chuan thought that the Jiangchen body was the most perfect body. However, Yang Chuan also noticed the strangeness of the human bloodline. It was as if his body had terrifying potential, to the point that it was not weaker than the Jiangchen body. The human bloodline came from two places. His father came from Yang Zizai. His mother came from the Kong family. Could the bloodlines from two sides compare to the Jiangchen body that he had created in his first life? Yang Chuan urgently wanted to increase the strength of his body. The two dragons pulled the chariot east. News of what had happened in the True Dragon territory quickly spread. The Great Despair Holy Court. Holy King, Xianyang City is trapped. Great Shun is everywhere, and we can't contact Xianyang. Now that they have no leader, it's time to send troops, one of the officials said excitedly. Pang Tianhe narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Why? Holy King, Great Shun has no leader. They're like a plate of loose sand, the official said anxiously. A plate of loose sand? Ha, you underestimate Great Shun's officials. I've studied Great Shun. The city lords of Great Shun were all brought up from the sealed realm. They're not simple. They're all experts in governing and commanding armies. How can Great Shun have so many talents? Pang Tianhe said with an ugly expression. Ah! More importantly, Great Shun's officials are extremely united. They're terrifyingly united, Pang Tianhe said in a low voice. Ah! Of course, there's also a flaw. I've studied the information of these officials. Those officials of Great Shun are all ambitious and ruthless characters. Lu Buwei, Li Sai, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Yi Feng, and so on. Even that eunuch Zhao Jiao is an impressive figure. These people are arrogant and unruly. Only Yang Chuan can subdue them. No one can make them bow their heads. In other words, as long as Yang Chuan is alive, these people will always be Great Shan's officials. However, as long as Yang Chuan is dead, these people won't submit to anyone, and internal strife will definitely rise again. Great Shan will collapse soon. It's a kind of ability for a country to gather so many strong officials, Pang Tianhe said in a low voice. Let's wait for Yang Chuan to return. If Yang Chuan doesn't die, our troops will be useless. If Yang Chuan dies, we won't have to spend much effort. Great Shan will collapse soon, Pang Tianhe said in a low voice. Yes. The officials nodded. Court is dismissed, Pang Tianhe said. The officials retreated. Pang Tianhe summoned everyone from Zhugong. Master, what instructions do you have? A disciple asked curiously. Pang Tianhe narrowed his eyes and said, let's go outside Xianyang and watch the battle. The people from Zhugong exclaimed in surprise. These days, there's been a huge rock hanging over my heart. I feel like I've overlooked something. Let's go. We'll go to the battlefield and wait, Pang Tianhe said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone answered. East Sea Dragon Palace. Crystal Palace. The Dragon Emperor sat on his throne. 5 Dragon Kings stood in front of him. One of the Dragon Kings was gloating as he recounted something. Zhugong. Ancestral Immortal? They trapped Xianyang? The Dragon Emperor frowned slightly. Yes, Dragon Emperor. Yang Chuan is going to be in trouble. Ha ha ha, this is what they call those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. The gloating Dragon King laughed. The Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes. Yang Chuan wants to hold back Emperor Greenfire while Emperor Greenfire wants to kill Yang Chuan and Bai Detian? This is unusual, the Dragon Emperor said in a low voice. Haha, so what if it's unusual? It's better if they perish together, the Dragon King laughed. No, you're oversimplifying. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. You guys guard the East Sea Dragon Palace. I'm going to Zhenlong Dominion, the Dragon Emperor said in a low voice. What? Dragon Emperor, you're going to Zhenlong Dominion? Didn't you say that no matter what happens, you won't leave the East Sea Dragon Palace? Didn't you say that we have to prepare for the battle with all our might? The Dragon King was shocked. No, Yang Chuan is more complicated than I thought. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. Under the surprised gazes of the dragons, the Dragon Emperor left the East Sea and headed straight for Xianyang. 10 days after the Dragon Emperor left. Roar. Above the East Sea, 2 huge waves suddenly split into 2. Yang Chuan's dragon carriage quickly swept across the East Sea and rushed into Zhenlong Dominion. Great Shan Sage Court, Xianyang. 4 Heaven Dao formed a huge array and trapped Xianyang city. Great Shan's army gathered from all directions. However, in front of the Heavenly Dao array, they could not shake it at all. Not far from Xianyang, Jin Dayu looked at the generals in front of him. Generals, you can only feign an attack. Don't use your full strength, Jin Dayu said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone answered. The generals left quietly. Kill. Roar. The 4 armies attacked the array again. However, how could the Heavenly Dao be shaken by ordinary soldiers? At the intersection of the river of the underworld, Zhong Yi and the others waited quietly. At that moment, some onlookers were attracted from all directions. They quietly hid in the distance. There were experts from other dominions, Pang Tianhe, and the Dragon Emperor. Others might not have noticed anything, but the Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and suddenly stared at the mountain array at the intersection of the river of the underworld. The aura of the river of the underworld? It's actually the aura of the river of the underworld. Indeed, Great Shan is not simple. The origin of the Nether Dragon also makes sense. The Netherworld. I can go to the Netherworld from here? The Dragon Emperor's eyes flickered. In the azure sky sun burning array, Emperor Greenfire, who had been in the array for many days, appeared again. Over the past few days, Emperor Greenfire had finally thought it through. He had been led into a ditch by Lu Buwei. Bastard, What a treacherous subject of great Zhen. How dare you lie to me? Are you stalling for time? Emperor Greenfire looked coldly at Lu Buwei. Emperor Greenfire, what are you talking about? Aren't we stalling for time? Lu Buwei said innocently. Chapter 1163. Bastard. What a treacherous subject of great Zhen. You dare to deceive me? Are you stalling for time? Emperor Greenfire looked at Lu Buwei coldly. What are you talking about, Emperor Greenfire? Aren't we just stalling for time? Lu Buwei said innocently. Emperor Greenfire. Emperor Greenfire, I've actually been in love with you for a long time. In a few more days, Sage King and Bai Ditien will be back. Lu Buwei continued to coax him. This time, Monarch Greenfire was not as easily fooled as before. Tempage, you are indeed cunning. You have deceived me for so long, Emperor Greenfire said coldly. What are you talking about, Emperor Greenfire? Why can't I understand? Lu Buwei pretended to be puzzled. Humph, I don't have to destroy Xianyang, but I can destroy all of his support in Xianyang before Yang Chuan comes back. I can kill all of you important ministers, but Yang Chuan will still come back. I can reduce his support and disturb Yang Chuan's mind. Roar. Emperor Greenfire roared. The ministers around him frowned slightly. Apparently, Emperor Greenfire had seen through Lu Buwei's deception. Emperor Greenfire, you've completely misunderstood us. How could that be? Lu Buwei continued. You think I'm stupid, don't you? Monarch Greenfire said angrily, his eyes ferocious. No, I just thought you were stupid. Lu Buwei said with a smile. Huh. Emperor Greenfire was stunned. The 20 experts who had set up the formation were also slightly taken aback. The Dragon Emperor was also surprised by Lu Buwei's attitude. Stupid. Stupid. Lu Buwei's drastic change in attitude made Emperor Greenfire's face turn red with anger. I'm stupid. In the distance, Pang Tianha's expression was extremely dark. How could Emperor Greenfire not realize it until now? Master, why don't we inform Emperor Greenfire? Someone asked. What's the point of informing them? Lu Buwei wants to hold Monarch Greenfire back, but I don't want Monarch Greenfire to leave either. Why should I inform him? Besides, remember, we didn't come to Xianyang today, Pang Tianhe said in a deep voice. Ah, didn't come? Aren't we here? Then just pretend that he's not here, Pang Tianhe said in a deep voice. The disciples were at a loss, not understanding Pang Tianhe's deeper meaning. Pang Tianhe did not explain. Instead, he stared into the distance. Roar. Emperor Greenfire roared. I'm so pissed off, you treacherous bastards. Since you want to die, then die. 4 strands of origin restoration chi. Emperor Greenfire shouted. Boom. Above the 4 heavenly ways, the power of 4 heavenly ways gathered again and rushed toward Emperor Greenfire. In an instant, a huge light ball appeared in front of Emperor Greenfire. It was 3 times bigger than the first one. Break the formation. Emperor Greenfire roared. Boom. A huge ball of light descended from the sky and crashed into the great formation of Xianyang again. For a moment, countless citizens of Xianyang were in a state of panic. After all, the previous shockwave was still vivid in their minds. The entire Xianyang was shaken. Boom. Under the huge impact, the void shook violently, and a huge storm swept out in all directions. Even the periphery of the heavenly Tao was instantly swept by the endless storm. Hum. The great formation of Xianyang trembled slightly, but it was not as turbulent as before. I'm fine. I'm fine. The great formation of Xianyang did not shake at all. Xianyang did not shake at all. There was no earthquake at all. The citizens of Xianyang touched themselves and looked up at the sky in surprise. They looked at Emperor Greenfire with surprise, suspicion, confusion, and even disdain. Emperor Greenfire's face twitched slightly when they looked at him. He looked at his palms. Were the 4 strands of origin restoration chi he had just used fake? Emperor! A Tao god called out in a daze. Again, Emperor Greenfire shouted. Rumble. Strands of power of heavenly ways quickly gathered around Emperor Greenfire. Once again, he attacked Xianyang. Boom! There was another loud sound. The storm raged in all directions. However, the great formation of Xianyang could not be shaken at all. Emperor Greenfire looked at his palms and was stunned for a moment. The citizens of Xianyang were relieved. Only then did they stop worrying. Emperor Greenfire turned his head and looked around. The soldiers who came to rescue the emperor from various cities had already retreated far away and left the battlefield. In front of Chaotian Palace, the official of Diazhen smiled mockingly. At this moment, how could Emperor Greenfire not know that he had been deceived? He looked at the countless experts around him. Their strange gazes seemed to be mocking him. Was he stupid? Bastard, die. Emperor Greenfire was furious. Emperor Greenfire reached out and a long token appeared in his hand. The token was like a flame. Greenfire token, 1,000 flames incinerate sun. Emperor Greenfire roared. He waved the token in his hand. The 4 strands of heavenly ways immediately spewed out billowing flames. They rushed toward the great formation with the token. The previous light ball was only 1,000 feet in size. This time, the fireball was 1,000 feet in size. Boom! There was another huge collision. This time, Emperor Greenfire used a Dharma treasure. Xianyang's great formation finally shook. However, it still had no effect on the inside. Lu Buwei looked at the sky with his hands behind his back. His eyes were extremely solemn. Meng Yi! Lu Buwei shouted. Minister Lu. Meng Yi immediately shouted. I've successfully angered Emperor Greenfire. He won't give up for a while. However, we have to be careful. Terracotta Army, prepare the army just in case, Lu Buwei said in a deep voice. Yes. Meng Yi nodded. Meng Yi retreated. Lu Buwei continued to watch coldly. The various armies of Xianyang made preparations. Boom! 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 Emperor Greenfire bombarded Xianyang again and again. However, the great formation of Xianyang was extremely sturdy and could not be shaken at all. In the distance, the Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and watched. Pang Tianhe took a deep breath. What a terrifying great formation. Yeah, with such a great formation guarding the city, who can break it? Emperor Greenfire is an ancestral immortal. Even with Dharma treasures, he can't be shaken. A disciple frowned. In the distant valley, Jin Dayu watched the battle from afar and clenched his fists. After all, Emperor Greenfire was causing trouble in Xianyang. Zhongyi grabbed Jin Dayu and shook his head gently, telling him not to be rash. The sky was filled with flames. Outside Xianyang, the land was barren. In an instant, apart from Xianyang, the entire area had turned into a sea of fire. It was endless and filled with boundless flames. The surrounding cultivators retreated again and again. Just as Emperor Greenfire was venting his anger, roar, roar. Suddenly, 2 loud dragon roars came from the horizon. Then, everyone saw that in the horizon, 2 huge dragons, one golden and one black, were pulling a carriage, quickly flying over. Boom! The moment the dragon carriage entered, the surrounding flames dissipated. Sage King is back. Immediately, the people of Xianyang cheered. Sage King is back. Sage King is back. The entire Xianyang was filled with excited cheers. Although Emperor Greenfire could not break the Great Formation, he was still extremely terrifying in the eyes of the people. If he broke it, he would definitely die. Countless people prayed silently in their hearts, praying for Yang Chuan's quick return. Finally, Yang Chuan returned. Yang Chuan was the spiritual pillar of the people of Diazhen. Now that he appeared, everyone's worries instantly dissipated. As for Lu Buwei and the other officials, their expressions relaxed slightly. The Sage King had returned and finally completed his mission. Yang Chuan? In the distance, Pang Tianhe's expression darkened. At the same time, he looked coldly at Yang Chuan. The Dragon Emperor, however, watched with interest. He looked at the mysterious emperor. On the dragon carriage, Yang Chuan looked coldly at the sky above Xianyang. For heavenly Tao connected heaven and earth. In the middle, a green-robed man held a token that was long and shaped like a stick. He was constantly spreading the power of the heavenly Tao in all directions. Hey, this person is holding a fire stick. What is he doing? Why is he so happy? Qi Shuo suddenly laughed. Emperor Greenfire, who was attacking Xianyang's great formation in the distance, suddenly froze. His eyes were red as he followed everyone's gaze and looked at the dragon carriage. He had a ferocious expression. Lu Buwei, what did you do to him? Yang Chuan suddenly asked strangely. Sage King, I only said that he was stupid. Then, he was stupid. Lu Buwei laughed. Have they always been short? Ha 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 ha. Countless people in Xianyang burst into laughter. They looked at Tao Lord Greenfire and were instantly much happier. The Sage King had returned. What were they afraid of? Bastard, you are the stupid one. You are the stupid one. Tao Lord Greenfire was ridiculed by the crowd. Emperor, Emperor. The group of Tao gods immediately exclaimed. The Tao gods' hurried cries finally made Tao Lord Greenfire calm down. He quivered and looked at Lu Buwei. There was a lingering fear in his eyes. What happened to him? Why did he lose his composure? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Emperor Greenfire looked at Yang Chuan. Of course, he was still frustrated and uneasy. Change the formation. Don't let Yang Chuan return to Xianyang. Emperor Greenfire immediately shouted. Emperor Greenfire had experienced the power of Xianyang's formation. If Yang Chuan returned to Xianyang, how could he deal with him? Boom. The group of azure-robed people was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the formation changed rapidly and instantly surrounded Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan stood in the center of the formation but was not too worried. On the dragon carriage, Yang Chuan stared at Emperor Greenfire. Ancestral Immortal? Yang Chuan asked again. It's too late to remember that I am an ancestral immortal. Where is Bai Ditien? Emperor Greenfire said in a low voice. He had waited for so long for Yang Chuan and Bai Ditien to return. However, Yang Chuan had returned. Where was Bai Ditien? If Bai Ditien did not return, what was the point of him staying here? Bai Ditien? Bai Ditien? Yang Chuan shouted with a smile. Here. In the distance, a reply came from outside Xianyang City. Emperor Greenfire's face suddenly twitched as he turned his head to look. He saw Bai Ditien standing in a valley in the distance. He was standing there quietly. Emperor Greenfire. Emperor Greenfire seemed to have realized something. You did not return with Yang Chuan? Emperor Greenfire reprimanded with an ashen face. I have always been here. How can I return with the Sage King? Bai Ditien laughed. Emperor Greenfire. He had been lied to. And he had been lied to so miserably. A great sense of humiliation filled his heart. Thief, you lied to me. You actually lied to me and said that Yang Chuan and Bai Ditien returned together. Bai Ditien has always been outside Xianyang City. He has always been by my side. You actually lied to me. Emperor Greenfire was still depressed as he looked at Lu Buwei with hatred. Lu Buwei smiled and said, Didn't I say that you are stupid? You refused to admit it. Fart. Emperor Greenfire was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The weather is dry, and being angry is harmful to the body. It is not your fault that you are stupid. You will feel better if you admit it. Lu Buwei added fuel to the fire. Emperor Greenfire, who had just felt a little better, was so angry that his face turned red again. Lu Buwei was not fooling around. He had done it on purpose. The angrier the opponent was, the easier it was for them to lose their composure. Now, the effect was achieved. Chapter 1164. Atlas Studios Emperor Greenfire flew into a rage out of humiliation, but he was still rational. Yang Chuan, Bai Ditien, and you traitor, I won't let you have an easy time. I'll make you wish you were dead. Emperor Greenfire roared angrily. As he spoke, he waved the Greenfire token in his hand at Yang Chuan. Boom. Within the formation, endless green fire suddenly swept up and surged towards Yang Chuan. The green fire surged in the void, causing it to tremble. Yang Chuan focused his gaze and waved his hand. The green heavenly Tao appeared. Bam! The rolling green fire instantly swept back. Boom! The green fire instantly hit the formation, causing it to tremble slightly. Huh! Emperor Green Fire's expression darkened. Heavenly Tao? You're a Tao god. Emperor Green Fire's expression changed. Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, God. Yang Chuan coldly called out. Sheeing. 3 long swords flew out from Yang Chuan's sleeves. The moment the long swords appeared, they charged towards one of the Tao gods. The 3 swords brought with them vast ferocious power and ruthlessly hit the heavenly Taos of the 3 Tao gods. Boom! 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 The 3 Tao gods suddenly trembled. In the outside world, Bai Ditien also made his move. His palm brought with it boundless baleful aura as it hit the heavenly Tao of the last Tao god. It was a pincer attack from the inside and outside, causing a huge force to burst forth. Boom! Emperor Green Fire's azure sky burning sun formation exploded. Ah! The 2 green-clothed cultivators were instantly severely injured. Seeing. 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 The 3 deities instantly transformed into their human forms. Then, they each threw out a sword-shaped pillar that reached the heavens and the earth. Like the heavenly Tao, they ruthlessly hit a Tao god. At that moment, Bai Ditien's baleful aura tornado also hit a Tao god, pushing it further and further away. As for the other 16 ancient immortals, Da Zhan's soldiers rushed forward and went straight for the 16 ancient immortals. Roar! There was no need for Yang Chuan to say anything. Monarch Green Fire's formation was all entangled by Yang Chuan's subordinates. Stepping forward, Yang Chuan left the dragon carriage. Roar! The dragon carriage flew towards Xianyang. Yang Chuan looked coldly at Emperor Green Fire from mid-air. The array was broken in the blink of an eye. Anxiety appeared in Emperor Green Fire's eyes. I'll give you a chance to fight me alone. Remember, use your full strength. We are going to kill you. Ha ha ha. Yang Chuan suddenly laughed out loud. The citizens of Xianyang all looked on with yearning. Yang Chuan's current insolence looked extremely carefree. The grand formation is only used to trap you. Since you want to die, then die. Ancient Immortal? Ancient Immortals would never understand the gap between them and ancestral Immortals. Heavenly Tao? A mere Tao god dares to court death in front of me? Emperor Green Fire said coldly. Emperor Green Fire waved his long sleeves. Ancestral Immortals' control of Heavenly Tao is not something an ancient Immortal like you can understand. Heavenly Tao! Emperor Green Fire shouted. Boom! A red Heavenly Tao suddenly appeared in front of Emperor Green Fire, connecting heaven and earth. Boom! 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 4 Heavenly Tao suddenly appeared on the left, right, and back of Emperor Green Fire. Hum! The 4 Heavenly Tao slowly revolved around Emperor Green Fire. The terrifying rotation caused the void to distort violently. The storm tore apart, sending gravel into the sky. You can't understand the power of an ancestral immortal. Ha ha ha. 4 Heavenly Tao gather, raging inferno. Emperor Green Fire shouted. Boom! The 4 Heavenly Tao suddenly erupted with dazzling light. The surrounding area was instantly enveloped by a sea of fire. The 4 Heavenly Tao spewed out fire dragons that charged towards Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan merged with the Heavenly Tao. Boom! Boom! The fire dragons collided with the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao remained unmoved. Go! Emperor Green Fire shouted angrily. The 4 Heavenly Tao suddenly collided with the azure Heavenly Tao. Rumble! On the ground, the mountains and rivers were sent flying by the impact of the Heavenly Tao. The 4 Heavenly Tao collided, causing the void to distort. The terrifying heat was also closing in on Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan's eyes turned cold. The 5 Heavenly Tao collided violently. Boom! After the tragic collision, the world outside Xianyang lit up. The huge light seemed to have covered the radiance of the sun. Rumble! The intense distortion in the void caused countless experts to retreat again and again. Dang! At the Yellow Springs intersection, Jin Dayu used the Divine Emperor Bell to prevent the array from breaking. The surrounding area was instantly flattened. Pang Tianhe and the other experts retreated in horror. The strong light was so blinding that no one could see what was inside. That's all you got? Ha! Yang Chuan's voice sounded. How can this be? How can you, a heavenly Tao, block my 4 heavenly Tao? Emperor Green Fire exclaimed. Boom! The surrounding light receded, revealing Yang Chuan again. Yang Chuan stood in the Qing Tian Dao. The Qing Tian Dao was unharmed. However, 3 of the 4 heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire were destroyed. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Emperor Green Fire formed another 4 heavenly Tao. But why? Why couldn't the 4 heavenly Tao of Yang Chuan defeat 1 heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire? Emperor Green Fire? You cultivate the young heavenly Tao, right? 4 young heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire? The aura is indeed majestic. However, my heavenly Tao is the head of the 1,000 suns. You want to use these heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire to shake my head of the 1,000 suns? Yang Chuan smiled coldly. Qing Tian Dao? You're cultivating the Qing Tian Dao? Emperor Green Fire's expression changed. It's good that you know. Now it's my turn. Yang Chuan snorted coldly. Boom! Qing Tian Dao slammed into Emperor Green Fire and tried to crush him. Emperor Green Fire's expression darkened. He commanded the 4 heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire to crash towards the Qing Tian Dao. Boom! The 5 heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire collided again. The Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire was unstoppable. Yang Chuan looked ferocious as if he wanted to use the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire to crush him. No, it's impossible. The Green Fire token. Emperor Green Fire exclaimed. The moment the Green Fire token appeared, the void trembled slightly. Boom! 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 Suddenly, another 3 heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire appeared. Together with the 4 heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire, they charged towards Yang Chuan. Boom! The 7 heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire finally blocked the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire. The 2 sides were in a stalemate. The surroundings were already in ruins. Green Fire token? This Dharma treasure is not bad. It actually attracted 3 heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire. Is it yours? Yang Chuan said coldly. My brother gave it to me. He's the Green Divine King. This is an ancestral immortal weapon. Humph. Emperor Green Fire said coldly. Rumble. The 7 heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire exploded with immense power. They surrounded the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire from 7 directions and pushed inwards. It was as if they wanted to crush Yang Chuan and the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire. Rumble. Faced with the 7 heavenly Tao of Emperor Green Fire, the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire finally showed signs of weakness. Ha ha ha, Yang Chuan, you're only an ancient immortal. The strongest ancient immortal is only a Tao god who can use 1 heavenly Tao. I'm an ancestral immortal who can use many heavenly Tao. So what if you have the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire? I'll crush it all the same. Once the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire shatters, you'll die. Emperor Green Fire said coldly. Ancestral immortal? You think you're worthy of being an ancestral immortal? You've become an ancestral immortal but you can't merge with the heavenly Tao? Ha ha ha. I think the Azure God King must have helped you reach the ancestral immortal realm, right? Yang Chuan sneered. Emperor Green Fire's eyes narrowed. So what? I believe that the Azure God King must have forced an ancestral immortal to his last breath before letting you deal the final blow, right? Yang Chuan chuckled. Emperor Green Fire's face turned ugly. So what? So what? I think you're not qualified to be an ancestral immortal at all. You're wasting an ancestral immortal spot. Yang Chuan said coldly. Temph, I'm still stronger than you. Emperor Green Fire said coldly. Can't merge with the heavenly Tao? Haha, then you're the most useless ancestral immortal. Let me show you the wonderful use of Tao merging. Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yang Chuan pointed at the sky. Explode. The Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire suddenly exploded. Hong tilde 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 tilde. The explosion of the heavenly Tao was more than 10 times stronger than before. Under the immense power, the 7 heavenly Tao were instantly blown apart. The world lit up several times brighter than before. The terrifying sound made the ears of countless cultivators ring. From where Yang Chuan was, the explosion spread in all directions. The Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire brought endless heavenly lightning and blasted the surroundings into chaos. Ah! At the center of the explosion, Emperor Green Fire screamed. Boom! The light faded. Emperor Green Fire immediately rushed into the distance. Dragon Emperor stood in the distance, his face twitching. An ancestral immortal was beaten up by an ancient immortal and turned to run. However, an ancestral immortal was an ancestral immortal after all. His speed was shocking. It was so fast that Yang Chuan couldn't catch up to him even though he was at Dao merging. Roar! Suddenly, Yang Chuan's hair turned blood-red and grew rapidly. Rumble! The ground suddenly turned into a surging sea of blood. Yang Chuan didn't give chase. Instead, he used a super divine ability. With the help of the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire, the sea of blood instantly expanded to infinity. In an instant, the surroundings of Xianyang became a surging sea of blood. The sea of blood expanded faster than Emperor Green Fire's fleeing speed. Emperor Green Fire, who was fleeing, suddenly realized that the world had turned blood-red. Above him were blood clouds and below him was a boundless sea of blood. Within the sea of blood, Yang Chuan was a god. Boom! Yang Chuan appeared in front of Emperor Green Fire. Oh no! Emperor Green Fire's expression changed. Big brother, save me. Emperor Green Fire waved the Green Fire token in his hand. A huge beam of light burst out from the token. World suppression! Yang Chuan shouted coldly. Boom! The sky-burying coffin fell from the sky and slammed into the light of the Green Fire token. The light shattered and the sky-burying coffin suppressed Emperor Green Fire and the Green Fire token. Rumble! The Green Fire token seemed to be about to unleash its power. However, it was suppressed by the sky-burying coffin. The Green Fire token was unable to unleash its power. He stepped into the sea of blood and evil power surged from the sea of blood. No, bastard! Emperor Green Fire cried out in shock. Emperor Green Fire couldn't use his feet. Heavenly Tao, Heavenly Tao! Emperor Green Fire cried out in shock. However, the Heavenly Tao didn't appear again. An ancestral immortal who hasn't reached Tao integration wants to summon the Heavenly Tao from my sea of blood. Here, the laws of heaven and earth listen to my orders. Here, I am the heavens. Yang Chuan said coldly. Under the pressure of the sky-burying coffin, the Green Fire token trembled. It seemed like it couldn't hold on any longer. No, no, big brother, save me. Emperor Green Fire cried out in shock. Boom! A light figure suddenly appeared from the Green Fire token. It seemed illusory yet real. A man with a dignified face stood on the sea of blood and stared. Big brother, save me. Emperor Green Fire cried out in joy as if he had found his last hope. The man turned to look at Yang Chuan. Ancient Immortal? You are being suppressed by an ancient immortal? The man looked at Emperor Green Fire coldly. Big brother. Emperor Green Fire cried out in grief. The man looked at Emperor Green Fire with disappointment before turning to Yang Chuan. I don't care who you are. Emperor Green Fire is my younger brother. Release him now. The man said coldly. In the distance, Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes. Azure Divine King? Projection? In the distance, Pang Tianha's eyes flashed with surprise. Isn't Azure Divine King in seclusion? Release him? Yang Chuan said coldly. That's right. Release him. Otherwise, you will be an enemy of Extinction Palace. Azure Divine King said coldly. Yang Chuan fell silent for a moment. Emperor Green Fire saw Yang Chuan's silence and felt that there was hope. Azure Divine King revealed a look of satisfaction. After a moment of silence, Yang Chuan sneered. So what if you are Extinction Palace? Who do you think you are? Impudent. Azure Divine King glared. Those who stand in my way will die. Yang Chuan's eyes darkened. He waved his hand at Azure Divine King's projection. Bam! Azure Divine King's projection shattered. World suppression. Yang Chuan shouted again. Hong tilde 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 tilde. The blue fire token exploded with a loud bang. No. Emperor Green Fire screamed. Bam! Beneath the sky-burying coffin, Emperor Green Fire exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, but it was drowned in a sea of blood in the blink of an eye. He died without a complete corpse and turned into a meat paste. Dragon Emperor looked into the distance in shock. Sky-burying coffin? How can it be so strong? Isn't it an ancient immortal artifact? Dragon Emperor stared in shock. In the distance, Pang Tianhe was inexplicably shocked. Dead. Ancestral Immortal was killed by Yang Chuan. Emperor Greenfire is dead. Pang Tianhe exclaimed. What a terrifying great perfection. What a terrifying Yang Chuan. A disciple shouted. Master, should we return to the imperial court? Another disciple asked in horror. Return to the imperial court? How long could the great extinction holy court last? Haha, we can't stay in Zhenlong Dominion any longer, Pang Tianhe said rationally. In the distance. After Yang Chuan's sky-burying coffin killed Emperor Greenfire, he stood in midair. The sky-burying coffin danced around Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan sensed his fate. Crack, crack, crack. There seemed to be a sound coming from within his body. Bam! A loud sound came from Yang Chuan's body. Rumble. Endless heaven and earth Yuan Qi suddenly gathered from all directions and surged into Yang Chuan's body. Blood-bathing curse? It's broken. It's finally broken. Yang Chuan's eyes flashed. In Xianyang City, the people cheered and the ministers were excited. Dragon Fifth, 7 demons, and Dog God looked into the distance in shock. Holy King is too awesome. Ancestral Immortal? He killed him just like that. 7 demons exclaimed. Roar. Dragon Fifth was also in disbelief. At this moment, Dragon Fifth was no longer unhappy about being captured that day. What was there to be unhappy about? He could kill an ancestral immortal just like that. How could he defeat him? As for Dog God, he was speechless. On the way here, he thought that Yang Chuan was joking. He didn't expect that he would kill an ancestral immortal after returning. Were ancestral immortals that easy to kill? The experts brought by Emperor Greenfire were still fighting, but when they saw Emperor Greenfire being killed in the distance, their combat strength dropped drastically. This can't be real. Everyone looked at Yang Chuan in surprise. Yang Chuan looked at the sky. Ancestral immortal tribulation? Come on. Yang Chuan shouted excitedly. Rumble. Dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Tribulation? So fast. Dragon Emperor was slightly stunned. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.